Whizza. Great, super, wonderful. Way. Nifty, impressive, often in a superficial or showy way. W. WHL. Initialism of Western Hockey League. WHMIS. Initialism of Workplace Hazardous Materials Information System. Initialism of World Health Organization. On honorific alternative letter case form of who, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. Who am I kidding? Said by one who, upon the realization that one was kidding oneself, wishes to start thinking in a more sensible, reasonable way. Who are you? Asks the interlocutor for their identification. Who are you and what have you done with someone? Said to express surprise due to a perceived drastic change of behavior of a person. Who are you telling? Used in response to an assertion that one is already fully aware of. Who ate all the pies? Used the joke. Pejoratively against a fat person. Who cares? A reply to an unimportant or irrelevant statement indicating indifference on the part of the speaker. Who we expressing awe. Who died and gave you the reins. Alternative form of who died and made you boss. Who died and left you in charge. Sarcastic response to somebody assuming a position of authority that they have not earned. Who died and made you boss. Sarcastic response to somebody assuming a position of authority that they have not earned. Who died and made you king? Alternative form of who died and made you boss. Who died and made you president? Alternative form of who died and made you boss. Who died and made you queen? Alternative form of who died and made you boss said to a female. Who goes there? A sentry's challenge to an intruder. Who hurt you? A retort to a person who sounds unexpectedly bitter and defensive. Who keeps company with the wolf will learn to howl. A person tends to acquire the characteristics of those with whom they associate. Who keeps company with wolves will learn to howl. Alternative form of who keeps company with the wolf will learn to howl. Who do? Expressing surprise or ironic lack of surprise upon learning something. Who knows? A rhetorical question asked to show that the person asking it neither knows the answer nor knows who might. Who pays the piper calls the tune. The person who pays for something gets to say how it should be done. Who put a quarter in you? Who upset you or caused you to behave in a certain way? Criticizing somebody perceived as making an unreasonable or negative remark. Who shot John? Long and involved explanation, finger pointing, or assignment of credit or blame. Whoso. Alternative form of whoso. Who took the jam out of your donut? A rhetorical question in response to a person. Behaving in a grumpy or mean way. Who wants to know? A retort to a question posed by a stranger when one does not want to either confirm or deny. Who was your servant last year? Synonym of what did your last slave die of? Who watches the watchers? Indicating concern as to whether those responsible for monitoring the behavior of others are themselves held accountable. Who will defeat or dominate whom? A Bolshevist principle or slogan urging action against the capitalists. Who would have guessed? Alternative form of who would have thought it. Who would have known? A rhetorical question used to express incredulity or surprise. Who would have guessed it? Who would have thought that would happen? Who would have thought it? A rhetorical question used to express incredulity or surprise. Who would have guessed it? Who would have thought that would happen? Who would have thunk it? A rhetorical question used to express incredulity. Who would have guessed it? Who would have thought that would happen? Who would have thunk it? Alternative form of who would have thunk it. Who would have thunk it? Alternative form of who would have thunk it. Who writes this stuff? A rhetorical question commenting on the writing of a book, play, movie, etc. Who'd have thunk it? Alternative form of who would have thunk it. Who'd have thunk it? Alternative form of who would have thunk it. Wada. Contraction of who would have. Wada thunk it. Alternative form of who would have thunk it. Wada. Who would have. Wada thunk it. Alternative form of who would have thunk it. Who shall. What? Contraction of who? Who is? Who is she, the cat's mother? A rebuke especially directed towards children for having referred to a woman in a nominative case as she, instead of by her name or an appropriately respectful title. Who's a good boy? A conventional phrase used to praise an obedient male dog or other male domesticated animal. Who's a good girl? A conventional phrase used to praise an obedient female dog, bitch, or other female domesticated animal. Who's a pretty boy then? A conventional phrase used when talking to parents. Who's asking? Used to ask a stranger asking a question to identify themselves. Who's calling? Used by a phone call receiver to ask the identity of the caller. Who's on first? A situation in which confusion arises due to homophones and similar misunderstandings. Who's on firsts? Plural of who's on first. Who's robbing this coach? Mind your own business, an admonition to an uninvolved person not to interfere. Who's to say? According to whose authority, especially in defiance. Who's who? Alternative form of who's who. Who's who? A publication containing biographies of well-known or important people. Who's who and is who? The identities and roles of people in an organization or area. Who's? Plural of who's who. Who's your daddy? A humorous or sarcastic statement of often sexual superiority over someone else. Who? Contraction of who had. Whodathon, a marathon of the British science fiction series Doctor Who. Whoathons, plural of whoathon. Whodunit, alternative form of whodunit. Whodunits, plural of whodunit. Who hit John? Hard liquor. Whiskey. Who knows how many? An unspecified number of. Whoa. Used as a meaningless filler in song lyrics. Woe back. Called when riding an animal to warn anybody following behind that one is about to come to a stop. Whoa, Nelly! An exclamation of surprise, especially one in response to an unexpected acceleration of speed. Woody, alternative form of woody. Woodies, plural of woody. Woad, simple past and past participle of woe. Woe, alternative spelling of woe. Woe, present participle and gerund of woe. What? Huh? Was, plural of wom. Was, third person singular simple present indicative of woe. Habri, a surname. Habris, plural of habri. Obsolete form of hubbub. Hoodie, alternative form of woody. Hoodies, plural Whodunit, a novel or drama concerning a crime, usually a murder, in which a detective follows clues to determine the perpetrator. Whodunitry, alternative form of whodunitry. Whodunits, plural of whodunit. Whodunit, alternative. Spelling of whodunit. Whodunitry, the plot or technique characteristic of whodunits, the process of following clues to determine who committed a crime. Whodunits, plural of whodunit. Whodunwhat, a whodunit in which the nature of the crime is a mystery, as well as the identity of the perpetrator. Whodunwhats, plural of whodunwhat. Woer, contraction of whoever. Was obsolete spelling of whose. Whoever, an emphatic form of who. Myron, obsolete and rare spelling of whoever. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. Alternative form of he who smelt. It, dealt it. Whoever is. What? Initialism of Wood's whole oceanographic institution. Good. The who is protocol or service. Who is simple past and past participle of who is. Wise as plural of who is. Who is a present participle and gerund of who is. Of entire, undivided, whole bag. Of tricks, every possible expedient, whole ball of wax. The entire or overall plan, concept, or action. Whole blood taken directly from a human in which no components have been removed, which is common after blood donation. Whole boiling, the whole lot, all, or everybody. Whole box of tricks, everything and anything associated with a certain enterprise. Whole chebang, archaic spelling of whole shebang. Whole child, a child seen not only as a client of the education system, but also as a person whose play habits, home life, etc. contribute to their development. Whole children, plural of whole child. Whole cloth, a newly made textile which has not yet been cut. Whole cloths, plural of whole cloth. Whole enchilada. All of something or a group of related things taken in totality. Whole enchiladas, plural of whole enchilada. Whole food, food that is unprocessed and unrefined, or processed or refined as little as possible. Whole foods, plural of whole food. Whole gale. On the Beaufort scale, a force 10 wind 48-55 knots. Whole gales. Plural of whole gale. Whole jip. Alternative form of whole jip. Whole jips. Plural of whole jip. Whole grain. Alternative spelling of whole grain. Whole jip. A move in contradancing related to the gypsy. Whole jip. Plural of whole jip. Wholeheartedly. Misspelling. Of wholeheartedly. Whole-heart. Total, entire, without restraint. Whole kit and capital. Alternative form of kit and capital. Whole kit and capital. Alternative form of kit and capital. Whole language. A method of teaching literacy that emphasizes the recognition of words in an everyday context. Often contrasted with phonics. Whole life order. A type of life imprisonment reserved for the most serious cases in which the convict is not eligible for parole or conditional release. Whole life orders. Plural of whole life order. Whole life tariff. Synonym of whole life order. Whole life tariffs. Plural of whole life tariff. Whole meal bread. Alternative form of wholemeal bread. Wholemeal breads. Plural of whole meal bread. Whole milk. Milk from which none of its constituents, for example, fat, have been removed. Whole milks. Plural of whole milk. Whole note. A semibreve, a musical note 4 beats long in 4/4 time. Whole notes. Plural of whole note. Whole number. An integer. Whole number. Plural of whole number. Whole package. All the elements constituting a whole or occurring as a unit. Whole package. Is plural of whole package. Whole plate. A photographic plate measuring 6½ by 8½ inches. Whole plate. Plates. Plural of whole plate. Whole rest. A pause or interval of silence equal in duration to 2 half rests or 1 half of a brief rest. In common or 4/4 time, its duration is 4 beats. Whole rests, plural of whole rests. Whole shebang, everything, the entire thing. Whole shebang. Plural of whole shebang. Whole shitting match. The whole thing, the whole affair or activity, everything. Whole shooting match. Everything, the entire collection, endeavor, or activity. Whole smash. Everything. Whole snipe. The common snipe, as distinguished from the smaller jack snipe. Whole snipe. Plural of whole snipe. Whole step. An interval equal to 2 half steps. A whole tone. Whole steps. Plural of whole step. Whole tone. The musical interval equal exactly or approximately to a frequency ratio of 8/7, 9/8, or 10/9, depending on the tuning system used. In mean tone tunings including 12 tone equal temperament, there is only one whole tone, though tuning systems that are not mean tone have a major tone of 9. /8 and a minor tone of 10/9. Whole tones, plural of whole tone. Whole undurn, synonym of noon. Whole wheat bread, alternative form of whole wheat bread. Whole wheat breads, plural of whole wheat bread. Whole wide world, the entire world, everybody, everywhere. Everybody, everywhere. Whole-lass, complete, total. Whole-lass, simple past and past participle of whole-lass. Whole-lasses, third person singular simple present indicative of whole-lass. Whole-lassin, present participle of whole-lass. Whole blood coagulation time, synonym of activated clotting time. Whole blood coagulation times. Plural of whole blood coagulation time. Whole footed. Web footed. Whole genome duplication, a form of polyploidy in which an organism has duplicate copies of its entire genome. Whole genome duplications, plural of whole genome duplication. Whole dip, alternative form of whole jip. Whole dips, plural of whole jip. Whole grain, alternative spelling of whole grain. Whole grain bread, alternative form of whole grain bread. Whole grain breads, plural of whole grain. bread. Whole dip, alternative form of whole jip. Whole dips, plural of whole jip. Wholeheartedly, with one's whole hand or hands, figuratively comprehensively. Wholehearted, alternative form of wholehearted. Wholeheartedly, alternative spelling of wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedness. Alternative form of wholeheartedness. Whole-hogger, one who believes or practices something without reserve, one who goes the whole hog. Whole-hoggers, plural of whole-hogger. Whole length, depicting the whole figure. Whole lengths, plural of whole length. Whole life, relating to life insurance cover that does not expire after a fixed term, but rather lasts until the covered person's death. Whole life order, alternative form of whole life order. Whole life orders, plural of whole life order. Wholemeal bread, alternative form of wholemeal bread. Whole meal breads, plural of wholemeal bread. Whole skinned, unhurt and damaged, with one's reputation intact. Whole-souled, single-minded of purpose. Whole time, full time. Old-timer, synonym of full-timer. Whole-timers, plural of whole-timer. Whole-tone scale, a scale with intervals of only whole steps. Whole-tone scales, plural of whole-tone scale. Whole wheat, made from whole wheat flour. Whole wheat bread, synonym of wholemeal bread. Whole wheat breads, plural of whole wheat. Wheat bread. Whole food, alternative spelling of whole food. Whole foods, plural of whole food. Whole grain, a cereal grain that contains cereal germ, endosperm, and bran in contrast to refined grains which retain only the endosperm. Whole grain bread, synonym of wholemeal bread. Whole grain breads, plural of whole grain bread. Whole grains, plural of whole grain. Wholehearted, having no reservations, showing unconditional and enthusiastic support. Wholeheartedly, in a wholehearted manner, enthusiastically, without reserve. Wholeheartedness, the condition of being wholehearted. Wholly, alternative spelling of whole. Wholemeal, containing or made from the whole grain, including the the brand. Wholemeal bread. Bread made from wholemeal flour, having had none of the bran or germ removed. Wholemeal breads. Plural of wholemeal bread. Wholemeals. Plural of wholemeal. Wholemount. The practice of placing an entire organism on a microscope slide for examination. Wholemounts. Plural of wholemount. Wholeness. The quality of being whole. Wholenesses. Plural of wholeness. Wholer. Comparative form of whole. More whole. Host. Plural of whole. Wholes out. The sale of products, often in large quantities, to retailers or other merchants. Wholesale. Simple past and past participle of wholesale. Wholesalely. In a wholesale or indiscriminate manner. Wholesomeness. The quality of being wholesale. Wholesaler. A person or company that buys merchandise from manufacturers, importers, or distributors and resells the merchandise to retail businesses and to business and institutional end users. Wholesalers. Plural of wholesaler. Wholesale. Participle and gerund of wholesale. Wholesellings. Plural of whole. Wholesaling. Wholesale. Misconstruction of wholesale. Wholesome. Promoting good physical health and well-being. Wholesomely. In a wholesome manner. Wholesomeness. The state of being wholesome. Wholesomenesses. Plural of wholesomeness. Wholesomer. Comparative form of wholesome. More wholesome. Wholesomess. Superlative form of wholesome. Most wholesome. Wholesomess. Obsolete spelling of wholesomeness. Wholeness. Superlative form of whole. Most whole. Whole stitch. A lace-making stitch used in filling. Wholesale. The sale of products to end user at wholesale prices. Hotels. Plural of hotel. Whole time. Alternative form of whole time. Holdom. Alternative form. Form of whole tone. Whole tones. Plural of whole tone. Whole wheat. Alternative spelling of whole wheat. Whole wheat bread. Alternative form of whole wheat bread. Whole wheat breads. plural of whole wheat bread. Whole-wise, as a whole, completely. Hooligan, a fan of the English rock band The Who. Hooligans, plural of hooligan. Holism, alternative form of holism. Holisms, plural of holism. Hollis, alternative form of hollis. Holistic, alternative form of holistic. Holistically, alternative form of holistically. Hollis, plural of hollis. Obsolete spelling. Of whole. Aller, comparative form of hall, more hall. Hollis, superlative form of hall, most hall. Wholly, completely and entirely, to the fullest extent, loosely. Exaggeratedly vary, to a great extent. Ally, a genre of chiefly fan-created crossover fiction blending characters, settings, and plot elements from the Sherlock Holmes stories, typically the BBC series Sherlock and the television series Doctor Who. Halfling, the fertile hybrid produced by crossbreeding a bottlenose dolphin Tursiops truncatus mother and a false killer whale Pseudoca crassidens father. Halflings, plural of half. Wholesome, obsolete spelling of wholesome. Wholesome, obsolete form of wholesome. Wholesomer, comparative form of wholesome, more wholesome. Wholesomest, superlative form of wholesome, most wholesome. Health, the state, quality, or condition of being whole, wholeness, health. Holy, obsolete form of holy. Honorific alternative letter case form of whom, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. Whom am I kidding? Alternative form of who am I kidding? Humor. Humor. Contraction of whom is Huma, contraction of whom have. Huma. Obsolete spelling of woman. Hubel, alternative spelling of Wemmel. Humbel, simple past and past participle of Humbel. Humbels, third person singular simple present, indicative of Humbel. Hundele, present participle and gerund of Humbel. Village on Flata, Orkney Islands Council Area, Scotland OS Grid Ref ND 352,938. Whom, plural of whomen. Whomever. Whatever person or persons as object of verb or preposition. Whomel. Alternative spelling of Wemel. Whomel. Simple past and past participle of whomel. Whomels. Third person singular simple present indicative of whomel. Whomle. Present participle and gerund of whomel. Ho. To hit. Extremely hard. Whomvi. To defeat thoroughly, to trout. Himba. To produce quickly, particularly a meal. Whompage. Whomping or whomping on. Thumping. Beating. Hoot. Simple past and past participle of whom. Whomped on. Simple past and past participle of whom. Whomp on. Whomped up. Simple past and past participle of whomp up. Whomber, one who or that which whomps. Whomperjawed, alternative form of whomperjawed. Whomperjawed, askew, amiss, not fitting, moving, or working. Properly. Whompers, plural of whomper. Whove, present participle and gerund of whom. Whomping I, present participle and gerund of whom on. Whomping up, present participle and gerund of whom up. Whose, third person singular. Simple present indicative of whom. Whom saw. Third person singular simple present indicative of whom on. Whom sat. Third person singular simple present indicative of whom up. Whom saw. Whichever person, whomever. Whom saw. Contraction of whomsoever. Whomsoever, whatever person or persons as object of a verb or preposition, emphasized or elaborated form of whomever. Whomsoever, obsolete spelling of whomsoever. Whomsoever, whomever, whomsoever. The universe in which the television series Doctor Who, Torchwood, and the Sarah Jane Adventures, as well as related books, comics, and other stories are set. Oh, an expression of delight and excitement. Woo doggy, alternative form of who doggy. Woo doggy. Alternative form of who doggy. Woo doggy. Alternative form of who doggy. Woohoo. Alternative form of woohoo. Woohoo. Alternative form of woohoo. Woohoo. A woo. Woohoo. Simple past and past participle of woohoo. Woohoo. Present participle and gerund of woohoo. Woohoops. Plural of woohoo. Woo. Obsolete form of hubba. What else? A medium-sized dog crossbreed between a soft-coated Wheaten Terrier and a poodle. What else? Plural of woodle. Wood. Simple past and past participle of woo. Woody. Expressing exhilaration. Woo-hoo. Woo. The sound of a dog barking. Woos. Simple past and past participle of woof. Woove. Present participle and gerund of woof. Wooful das. Alternative form of wooful dust. Woos. Plural of woof. Woo. Present participle and gerund of woo. Woo. Alternative form of womb. Wound. Simple past and past participle of womb. Were. Present participle and gerund of womb. Woo. A dull, powerful thudding sound. Woot. Simple past and past participle of womb. Woot. Womb. Alternative form of womb. Woometh. Simple past and past participle of womb. Wombve. Present participle and gerund of womb. Woomus. Plural of womb. Woonving. Present participle and gerund of womb. Woorus. Third person singular simple present indicative of womb. Woos. Plural of womb. Womb. A street drug of uncertain composition, sometimes claimed to contain HIV antiretroviral drugs. Wooa. Elongated form of whoosh. A loud, eager cry, usually of joy. Whoop ass. To beat or strike. Whoop-a-to-do. Alternative spelling of whoop-to-do. Whoop-a-to-do. Alternative spelling of whoop-to-do. Whoop-to-doos. Plural of whoop-to-do. Whoop-to-das. Plural of whoop-to-do. Whoop-de-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoop-dee-doos. Plural of whoop-dee-doo. Whoop it up. To have a great time, to party or revel excessively or noisily. Whoop ass. Alternative form of whoop ass. Whoop ass. Simple past and past participle of whoop ass. Whoop ass is third person singular simple present indicative of whoop ass. Whoop passing. Present participle and gerund of whoop pass. Whoop-de-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. Exclamation indicating now often sarcastic excitement or enthusiasm. Whoop-de-doos. Plural of whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-das. Plural of whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop. Whoop-de-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doos. Plural of whoop-de-doo. Whoop-up. A session of noisy partying. Whoop-ups. Plural of whoop-up. Whoop-whoop. The sound of a police car siren. Whoop-de-doo. Alternative form of whoop-de-doo. Whoop. Simple past and past participle of whoop. Whoop-tas. Simple past and past participle of whoop-ass. Whoop it up. Simple past and past participle of whoop it up. Whoopie. A spontaneous expression of delight or joy. Whoopee cushion. An inflatable bag containing a valve at its neck that retains the air in the bag until pressure is put on it, usually by someone unintentionally sitting on it after it has been placed on a chair by someone else as a practical joke. When the air is expelled with a sound similar to that of someone farting breaking wind. Whoopee cushions. Plural of whoopee cushion. Whoopee-doo. Alternative form of whoop-de-doo. Whoopee-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopee-doos. Plural of whoopee-doo. Whoopee-das. Plural of whoopee-doo. Whoopie pie, a sweet snack consisting of a sandwich of 2 flat, round cakes with a cream filling. Whoopie pies, plural of whoopie pie. Whoopie-doo, alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopie-doo, alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopie-doos, Plural of whoopee-doo. Whoopee-das. Plural of whoopee-doo. Whoopee. Simple past and past participle of whoopee. Whoopee. Alternative spelling of whoopee-doo. Whoopee. Present participle and gerund of whoopee. Whoopies. Third person singular simple present indicative of whoopee. Whoover. A person or animal that whoops. Whooper swan. A species of swan. Cygnus of the taxonomic family Antidae. Whooper swan. Plural of whooper swan. Whoopers. Plural of whooper. Whoopet. Third person singular simple present indicative. Of whoop. Whoop-eye. Alternative spelling of whoopee. Whoop-eye cushion. A small rubber bag with a flap. Used in a practical joke. The bag is filled with air and placed on a seat where the unsuspecting victim will sit. Once he/she sits on the device, the bag deflates and makes a sound similar to flatulence. Whoop-eye cushions. Plural of whoop-eye cushion. Whoop-eye pie. A baked good consisting of two round, mound-shaped pieces of cake, typically chocolate cake, with a sweet, creamy filling or frosting sandwiched in between. Whoop-eye pies. Plural of whoop-eye pie. Whoop-it. Pronunciation spelling of whooping. Whoop-it. Present participle and gerund of whoop. Whooping ass. Present participle and gerund of whoop ass. Whooping cough. A contagious disease of the respiratory system that usually affects children caused by the bacterium Bordetella pertussis, the advanced stage of which is characterized by spasms of coughing followed by a whooping sound during the intake of breath. Whooping coughs. Plural of whooping cough. Whooping crane. Grus americana. A species of crane native to North America. Whooping cranes. Plural of whooping crane. Whooping it up. Present participle and gerund of whoop it up. Whooping cough. Alternative spelling of whooping cough. Whooping crane. Alternative form of whooping crane. Whooping cranes. Plural of whooping crane. Whoopingly, with a whooping noise. Whoopings. Plural of whooping. Whoopin. Alternative form of hoopla. Whoopas. Plural of whoopla. Whoop-like. With resembling or characteristic of a whooping sound. Whoops, whoops. Whoops ass. Third person singular simple present indicative. Of whoop ass. Whoops it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of whoop it up. Whoops, there go my trousers. Used to describe a genre of farcical theater plays. Whoops-a-daisy. Used to acknowledge a mistake. Whoops-a-daisy. Alternative spelling of whoops-a-daisy. Whoops. Simple past and past participle of whoops. Whoops is third person singular simple present indicative of whoops. Whoopsie. Alternative form of whoopsie in all senses. Whoopsie daisies. Plural of whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Used to acknowledge a mistake. Whoopsie doodle. Used to acknowledge a mistake. Whoopties. Plural of whoopsie. Whoopsing. Present participle and gerund of whoops. Whoopsie. Whoops, oops. Whoopsie daisy. Alternative spelling of whoops-a-daisy. Whoopie-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopie-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopie-doos. Plural of whoopie-doo. Whoopie-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopie-doo. Alternative spelling of whoop-de-doo. Whoopie-doos. Plural of whoopie. Doo. Whoopie-das. Plural of whoopie-doo. Lord, obsolete form of for. Lord, obsolete form of whore. War, plural of war. War. Plural of war. What? Third person singular simple. Present indicative of woo. Woo. A breathy sound like that of an object passing at high speed. Woot. Simple past and past participle of whoosh. Whooshes. Plural of whoosh. Whooshing. Present participle and gerund of whoosh. Whooshings. Plural of whooshing. Wooty. Resembling a whoosh. Ways. Alternative form of pussies. Worst. To cough. Worsted. Simple past and past participle of woos. Worsting. Present participle. participle and gerund of woos. Woos, third person singular simple present indicative of woos. What? The who's? Would it? Simple past and past participle of woot. Woot. Woodies, plural of woody. Woody, present participle and gerund of woot. What's third person singular simple present in indicative of woot. Would a white girl with large buttocks. Was it alternative form of whosit. With it it's plural of wooze it. But to throw or move something quickly, usually with an impact. But simple past and past participle of wa. Mater, something remarkably large. Whopper jaw, alternative form of whop. Jawed. Whopper jawed, crooked, misaligned, out of sorts. Waters, plural of whopper. Wade. Exceptionally great or large. Whoppingus, superlative form of whopping, most whopping. Whoppingly, in a whopping way, hugely, enormously. Whoppings, plural of whopping. Whoppus, third person singular simple present indicative of whop. Whop straw, a rustic eclat hop. Whop straws, plural of whop straw. A synonym of prostitute, a person, especially a woman who offers sexual services for payment. For after, to pursue something or someone licentious or immoral. Or around, to regularly copulate with people that one is not in a relationship with. Whore bath, a quick sponge bath by hand using a wet washcloth or a pre-moistened towelette to extend the interval between showers or clean up after casual sexual intercourse. Whore baths, plural of whore bath. Whorehouse, alternative form of whorehouse. Whorehouses, plural of whorehouse. Whoremouth. Mouth. Whoremouths, plural of whoremouth. Whore of Babylon, a Christian allegorical figure of evil mentioned in the book of Revelation in the Bible, whose apocalyptic downfall is prophesied to take place at the hands of a beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. or else. To prostitute, take advantage of, exploit, show off, to hire out or provide to others like a whore. Whore paint, alternative spelling of horse paint. Whore up, to force or influence someone to be sexually promiscuous or to look like a prostitute. Whore's bath, alternative form of whore bath. Whore's baths, plural of whore's bath. Whore a urchin. Whore's eyes, Argyle Robertson pupils. Whore's paint, excessive, gaudy, or tasteless makeup. Whore's bird, a term of abuse, a debauchee. Whore's birds, plural of whore. Whore's bird. Whore fucking, having sex with prostitutes. Whore paint, alternative spelling of whore's paint. Hordai, term of abuse. Hordars, plural of whorebar. Hood, simple past and past participle of whore. Whored after, simple past and past participle of whore after. Whored around, simple past and past participle. Participle of whore around. Whored out, simple past and past participle of whore out. Whored up, simple past and past participle of whore up. Whoredom, the state of being a whore, prostitution, sexual indulgence, fornication. Whoredoms, plural of whoredom. Whorefucker, term of abuse. Whorefuckers, plural of whorefucker. Whorehound, someone who often has sex with prostitutes. Whorehound. Hounds, plural of whorehound. Whorehouse, raffle. Whorehouses, plural of whorehouse. Horish, alternative spelling of whorish. Horus, lacking or devoid of whores, without whores. Horless, a young or little whore. Horlets, plural of whorelet. Whorelide, like a whore, whorish. Hor. A young or diminutive whore. Whorelings. Plural of whoreling. Wholly, of pertaining to or befitting a whore, whore-like, whorish. Whoreman, an adulterer. Whoremaster, a man who uses the services of prostitutes. Whoremasterly, having the character of a whoremaster pimp, lecherous, libidinous. Whoremasters, plural of whoremaster. Whoreman, plural of whoreman. Whoremistress, a woman who runs a brothel or hires out prostitutes, a madam. Whoremistresses, plural of whoremistress. Whoremonger, a frequent customer of whores. Whoremongering, the behavior of a whoremonger, lewd licentiousness, pimping. Whoremongers, plural of whoremonger. Whoremongery, sexual relations by or with a prostitute. Whoremonging, alternative form of whoremongering. Journalist, a reporter or journalist whose viewpoints change frequently. Journalists, plural of journalists. Horrendous, horrendous, awful. Terrible. Whorephobia, hatred of sex workers. Whorephobic, relating to or exhibiting whorephobia. Whorer, one who whores. Whores, plural of horror. Whores, plural of horror. Whores after. Third person singular simple present indicative of whore after. Whores around. Third person singular simple present indicative of whore around. Whore out. Third person singular simple present indicative of whore out. Whore up. Third person singular simple present indicative of whore up. Worship. Whoredom. Whoria, a despicable person. Whoriots, plural of horseshit. Whoreson. Marked by whores, whorishness, or whoredom, characteristically whore-like. Whoreson, an illegitimate or misbegotten child born of unwed parents. Whoresons, plural of whoreson. Hui, slutty, promiscuous. Hoa, assert. Name. Horpian, relating to the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which proposes a form of linguistic relativity, i.e. that the structure of a language affects the ways in which its speakers conceptualize their world. Horphianism, Horphian linguistics. Horrors, plural of whore. Hurry, comparative form of hoary, more hoary. Harries, superlative form of hoary, most hoary. Horrification, the process of coming to regard somebody as a whore or as sexually promiscuous. Whoring, pronunciation, spelling of whoring. Hurry, present participle and gerund of whore. Whoring after, present participle and gerund of whore after. Whoring around, present participle and gerund of whore around. Whoring out, present participle and gerund of whore out. Whoring up, present participle and gerund of whore up. Whorings, plural of whoring. Whorish, resembling or befitting. A whore. Whorishly, in a whorish manner. Whorishness, the state or condition of being whorish. Wura, each circle, volution, or equivalent in a pattern of concentric circles, ovals, arcs, or a spiral. Whorl feet, plural of whorl foot. Whorl foot, a foot that takes the form of the scroll at the end that rests on a shoe. Whorl snail, a terrestrial snail of the family Verteginidee. Whorl snail, plural of whorl snail. Warpath, alternative. Form of whorlbat. Warbats, plural of whorlbat. Whirl, formed from whorls, having whorls. Whirler, a potter's wheel. Whirlers, plural of Whirler. Whirly, a surname. Whirlies. Plural of whorly. Whorlflower, a Himalayan flowering plant of species Morina longifolia. Whorlflowers, plural of whorlflower. Whirle, present participle and gerund of whorl. Whorls, plural of whorl. Whorlton, a small village and civil parish served by Whorlton and Westwick Parish Council in County Durham, England. OS Grudrath NZ 1014. Hurley, shaped like a whorl. Whirlywort, the plant Veronicastrum virginicum. Hoy, the whortleberry or bilberry. Fruit. Whortle, the whortleberry or bilberry. Whortle bush, any of several shrubs belonging to the genus Vaccinium, bearing fruit known as whortleberries. Whortle bushes, plural of whortle bush. Whortleberries, plural of whortleberry. Whortleberry, Any of several shrubs belonging to the genus Vaccinium. Hordals, plural of hordal. Horton. A surname. Hortens, plural of Horton. Oats, plural of hort. Plural of. Who, often used along with what's, whys, hows, etc. Of whom, belonging to whom, which persons or peoples. Whose foot the shoe is on. Alternative form of which foot the shoe is on. Whose ox is gored. Who is suffering or losing out in a given situation. Whosever, rare spelling of whosever. Whoser, a fan of the British improvisational comedy television series Whose Line Is It Anyway, or its American remake. Whosers, plural. Of whoser, who sees all, whosoever, whatever persons. Whosoever, contraction of whosoever. Whosoever, of whomsoever. Whosoever, of whomever, belonging or related to whichever person or persons, whoever's. Whoso hats it, a person or thing that one does not know the name of. Whoso hats it, plural of whoso hats it. Who's placeholder for a forgotten name. Who's a thing used in a vague way to refer to something whose name one cannot recall or is embarrassed to say. Who's it, plural of who's it. Who's all. Whosoever, whatever person. Whosoever, alternative form of whosoever. Whosoever, whatever person or persons. Emphasized or elaborated form of whoever. Whosoever. Obsolete spelling of whosoever. Whosomever. Alternative form of whosomever. Whosomever. Whosoever. Whosoever, whichever person, whoever. Whosoever. I dialect spelling of whosoever. Obsolete form of hot. Obsolete spelling of hot. Hotten, a surname. Hottens, plural. Of Houghton. Hovia, a fan of the British science fiction television program Doctor Who. Hovians, plural of Hovian. Obsolete form of how. I dialect spelling of whose. WHB. Initialism of with high probability. WHQ. Initialism of world headquarters. WHQ. Plural of WHQ. WHR. Initialism of waist-hip ratio. WHRC. Initialism of Women's Human Rights Campaign. WHRR. A word sound. WHRRR. Alternative form of WHRR. WHR. Plural of WHR. WHS. Initialism of Washington Head. Headquarters Services. WHS. Abbreviation of Warehouse. WHSC. Initialism of White House Signal Corps. WHSD. Initialism of White House Signal Detachment. WHSC. Abbreviation of Warehouse. WH says. Plural of WHSC. WHLE. Abbreviation of Wholesale. WHLE. Abbreviation of Wholesale. WHSMN. Abbreviation of Warehousemen. WHSNG. Abbreviation of Warehousing. WHD. Abbreviation of White. WHS. Plural of WHD. Oh. Initialism of West Ham United. What's up as a greet? What? Initialism of West Ham United Football Club. What? Initialism of West Ham Football Club women. What? A blowing or puffing noise. What? Simple past and past participle of waf. What? A type of social capital or reputation, especially within an online community. Wafe, present participle and gerund of waf. What? To make a low snuffling or blowing sound. Waf. Simple past and past participle of waffle. Wahos. Third person singular simple present indicative of waffle. Wafi. Present participle and gerund of waffle. Wafi. Having a waffling sound. Whatto. Pronunciation spelling of what. For are those? Plural of waffle. What is plural of waff? What? Alternative form of wa. Wa. Alternative form of wamel. Wamel. Simple past and past participle of wamel. Wamelai. Present participle and gerund of wamel. Wamel. Simple past and past participle of wamel. Wamelai. Present participle and gerund of wamel. Wamels. Plural of wamel. Wawa. Alternative form of wamel. Wamel. Simple past and past participle of wamel. Wamels. Third person singular simple present indicative of wamel. Wamai. Present participle and gerund of wamel. Oh, a thumping sound. Wumpage. Alternative form of humpage. Buff. Simple past and past participle of wum. Wumbuff. A dull, soft sound. As of something hollow collapsing. Wumpet. Simple past and past participle of wump. Wumpfe. Present participle. And gerund of wump. Wumbus. Plural of wump. Wumbe. Present participle and gerund of wum. Wumbus. Plural of wham. Alternative form of whoop to whip, thrash, or defeat. Wuff. Simple past and past participle of wup. Wuppe. Present participle and gerund of wup. Wuppings. Plural of wupping. What is? Third person singular simple present indicative of wup. Were. Dated form of were sound of rapid motion. Were. To make any of various throaty sounds as a roar, snarl, or purr. Well, simple past and past participle of whirl. Whirling. Present participle and gerund of whirl. Whirls. Third person singular simple present indicative of whirl. Were. Simple past and past participle of were. Worry. Simple past and past participle of worry. Worry is. Third person singular simple present indicative of worry. Worry. Present participle and gerund of were. Worry. To scurry or hurry. Where present participle and gerund of worry. What? Plural of were. What? Pronunciation spelling of what's representing African American vernacular English. What as? Plural of was. What? I dialect spelling of what? What a alternative form of whatcha? Was a matter. Contraction of what is the matter. What a alternative form of wasat. What? What it? WHV. Initialism of working holiday visa. WHS. Plural of WHF. WHV. Plural of WHV. WHVS. Plural of WHF. What? For what cause, reason, or purpose? Why am I not surprised? Expressing resignation in the face of a bad outcome that was plausible or inevitable. Why and wherefore? A full and complete explanation. What? Alternative form of why I? Why buy a book when you can join a library? Being available for sexual relationships with various people is preferable to committing oneself to a single partner. Why buy a book when you can join the library? Alternative form of why buy a book when you can join a library? Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Do not expect somebody to make a costly commitment if it will give them nothing they do not already have. Used especially as a warning against having sexual intercourse before marriage, or conversely, as encouragement against getting married. Why come? Synonym of how come why. Why for? What for? For what reason? Why? Why God invented? The reason for something specified existing, the purpose fulfilled by something. Why in God's name? Used to add emphasis to why when beginning question. Why in the world? Used to add emphasis to why in a question. Why in time? Used to add emphasis to why in a question. Rhetorical question in response to a question having an obvious answer. Why keep a dog and bark yourself? One should not do something that one has hired someone else to do. Why me? An expression of surprise, annoyance, or disgust to question why something bad has happened to the speaker. Why not? Why is that so? For a negative statement. Why not Zoidberg? A call of attention to something that is ridiculous. Why oh why? A strengthened form of why, as used in questions. Why on earth? Used to add emphasis to why when beginning a question. Why? Contraction of why did. Why? Contraction of why am. Why? Alternative form of why ain't. Why? What? Why's? Contraction of why is. Why not? A violent and peremptory procedure without any assigned reason. A sudden conclusive happening. Why the fourth most populous city in South Australia. Why a surname. Wyats, plural of Wyat. Wybrew, a surname. What? Obsolete spelling of which? Why? Alternative form of Wida. Wida. Any of various black and white African birds with distinctive drooping long tail feathers on male in mating season, suitable as cage birds. Widas. Plural of wida. Widas. Plural of wida. Weda. Alternative form of Wija. Wajunit. A type of detective story in which the focus is not on the person who committed the crime, but on the motives for committing it. Wajunits. Plural of Wy. Widenit. Alternative spelling of Widenit. Widenits. Plural of widenit. Why? Simple past and past participle of why. Meyer. Why? Why ever? An emphatic form of why. Whyer. Why? For what reason? But obsolete spelling of white. Why? The act of asking the question why. Whyja. Pronunciation spelling of YDU. Why? Obsolete. Spelling of while. Whilst. Obsolete form of whilst. Wes. Obsolete form of whilst. Wyman. A surname. Wynans. Plural of Wyman. Wyatt. Contraction of why don't. Winter. Wyantia. Wyness. The reason why, the cause or intent. Waya, singular of wayos. Wayas, a street gang of New York City during the mid to late 19th century. Whys, plural of why, whys and wherefores, the reasons or motivations for a fact, action, or decision, especially the complete set of such reasons or motivations. Whys a surname. Whysals, plural of whysall. Whysoever, form of whyever. Why? A surname. White notation. A notation for classifying steam locomotives by their wheel arrangement. For example, a locomotive with 2 leading axles, 4 wheels in front, then 3 driving axles, 6 wheels, and then 1 trailing axle, 2 wheels is denoted 4-6-2. Whiteley, a village and civil parish in Tandridge District, Surrey, England, just outside Greater London OS Grid FTQ 3358. Wida, a surname. Wyvillian, someone who uses or plays Wyvil. Wyvillians, plural of Wyvillian. YA, elongated form of Y. What? Abbreviation of Wisconsin, a state of the United States. What? A surname from Peru. Korean. What? Wi-Fi. NE is several standards for short-range wireless data transmission AE 802.11. Wi-Fi. Alternative spelling of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi array. Synonym of access point. Wi-Fi array. Plural of Wi-Fi array. Wi-Fi warrior. A person who primarily plays online rather than offline. Wi-Fi warriors. Plural of Wi-Fi warrior. Wi-Fi-ing. Present participle and gerund of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Simple past and past participle of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fes. Plural. Of Wi-Fi. Well, initialism of Windows image acquisition. WIA. Initialism of Wisconsin Interscholastic Athletic Association. Wyoming. Dated form of Van. Ton. Wyant. A surname. Wyants. Plural of Wyant. Well, a surname. Wes. Plural of Weir. What? Plural of WYA. Wyatter. A surname from Polish. Wyatt. Plural of Wyatter. Webax, a town. County seat of Wibaux County, Montana, United States. Wibaux County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Wibaux. Well, meaningless or content-free chatter in a discussion, drivel babble. Wibble wobble. The sound of something liquidy wobbling, for example, jello. Whittle waddle. Simple past and past participle of wibble wobble. Wibble wobbling. Present participle and gerund of wibble wobble. Well, simple past and past participle of wibble. Wells, third person singular simple present indicative of wibble. Willy, comparative form of wibbly, more wibbly. Wibbly, superlative form of wibbly, most wibbly. Wibbly, present participle and gerund of wibble. Wibbly. Wobbly. Wibbly wobbly, tending to jiggle, quiver. Or fluctuate. Well, a surname. Wells. Plural of wibble. Worry. Abbreviation of wooden it. It'd be nice if. Whip or jai. A variety of rapa kivi consisting of large crystals of potassium feldspar. What is a suburb and ward in the metropolitan borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. O West Grid Ref SC 1430. What that? Initialism of would I be the asshole or will I be the asshole? What? Acronym of women, infants, and children. What? A neo-pagan religion that was first popularized by books written in 1949, 1954, and 1959 by Englishman Gerald Gardner, involving the worship of a horn male god and a moon goddess, the observance of 8 sabbats, and the performance of various rituals. What here? Of or pertaining to the neo-pagan religion of Wicca. Wiccan down. The religious world of Wicca. Wiccaning. Alternative form of Wiccaning. Wiccanings. Plural of Wiccaning. Wiccanism. What a wickedness. An adherent of Wiccanism, a Wiccan. Wickedness, plural of wickedness. Wiccanize, to make Wiccan, to cause to conform to Wiccan practice. Wiccanized. Simple past and past participle of wiccanized. Wiccanizes. Third person singular simple. Present indicative of wiccanize. Wiccanizing. Present participle and gerund of wiccanize. Wiccaness. The quality of being wiccan. Wiccans. Plural of Wiccan. Wiccathau. A person who fears or hates Wiccanism or Wiccanists. Wiccaphobes. Plural of Wiccaphobe. Wiccaphobia. The fear or hatred of Wicca or Wiccans. Wiccashrew. A syncretic form of a satru that incorporates Wiccan beliefs, practices, or elements. Wiccatris. Plural of Wic. Wiccatru. What alternative form of Wic bundle of thread? Which town? A settlement in Anglo-Saxon England characterized by extensive artisanal activity and trade. Which towns? Plural of which town? Witchenford, a village and civil parish served by Kentswick and Witchenford Parish Council in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England OS grid ref so 7860. Witchert, a surname. Witcherts, plural of Witchert. Witches, plural of witch. Witch-eye, a member of an indigenous tribal people of Argentina and Bolivia. Witch-eyes, plural of witch-high. Wichitar, a member of a tribe of Native Americans, most populous in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Wichita County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Leady. Wichita Falls, a city, the county seat of Wichita County, Texas, United States. Wichitan, of or relating to Wichita. Wichitans, plural of Wichitan. Wichitars, plural of Wichitar. Witchman, a surname. Witchman, a surname. Witchans, plural. Plural of witchmen. Witchmens, plural of witchmen. Witcher, alternative form of Witcher, Staffordshire. Witch team, synonym of Tacholite. Witch decide. Tacholite. Witches, a unit of weight equivalent to 50 kilograms, used for certain kinds of fish. Witch eggs, plural of witch. Witch eye, synonym of tackle. Contraction of Wicu. What? A town in northeastern Caithness, Highland Council area, Scotland OS grid. Graph ND 3650. Wick and Abzon, a civil parish in South Gloucestershire, England, which includes the named places. Wick effect, the phenomenon of the partial or total destruction of a human body by fire, when the clothing of the victim soaks up melted body fat and acts like the wick of a candle. Wick effect, plural of Wick effect. Wick Hill, a place in England. Wick rotation, a method of finding a solution to a mathematical problem in Minkowski space from a solution to a related problem in Euclidean space by means of a transformation that substitutes an imaginary number variable for a real number variable. Wick rotations, plural of wick rotation. Wick St. Lawrence, a village and civil parish in North Somerset District, Somerset, England OS grid ref ST 3606. Wick's theorem, a method of reducing high-order derivatives to a combinatorics problem used extensively in quantum field theory to reduce arbitrary products of creation and annihilation operators to sums of products of pairs of these operators. Wickable, able to wick or convey by capillary action. Witta, a surname. Wickip, alternative form of Wikipe. Wicker, a surname from German. Weggards, plural of Wickard. Weckoe, the plant Castellegicoccinea. What? A surname from German. Wevit, evil or mis... mischievous by nature. Wicked Bible, an edition of the Bible published in London in 1630, one that mistakenly omitted the word not from one of the 10 commandments, stating thou shalt commit adultery. Wicked Bibles, plural of Wicked Bible. Wicked Pissa, superlative in excellence or goodness, extremely good. Very awesome, outstanding. Wicked problem, a problem that is difficult or impossible to solve because of incomplete, contradictory, and changing requirements that are often difficult to recognize. Wicked problems, plural of wicked problem. Wicked tongue, an abusive, vulgar, nasty, or otherwise objectionable manner of speaking. Wicked tongues, plural of wicked tongue. Wither, comparative form of wicked, more wicked. Wickedest. Superlative form of wicked, most wicked. Wickedish. somewhat wicked. Wickedly, in a wicked manner. Wickedness, the state of being wicked, evil disposition, immorality. Wickednesses, plural of wickedness. Wicked. The European rowan tree. Wickenburg, a town in Maricopa County and Yavapai County, Arizona, United States. Named after Henry Wickenburg. Wickenburgite, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and silicon. Wickendy, a hamlet in the West Lindsey district of Lincolnshire, England. Wickenden, a surname from Old English. Wickendens, plural of Wickenden. Wickens, a surname. Wickenses, plural. Plural of Wiccans. Rigger, a surname. Wicker man, a giant effigy of a man allegedly used in Celtic rituals involving human sacrifice. Wicker man, plural of wicker man. Wickerwork, alternative spelling of wickerwork. Wickerworks, plural of wickerwork. Wickerbill, synonym of gurney flap. Wickerbills, plural of wickerbill. Wicker, composed of or covered by wickerwork or wick. Wickerite, resembling or characteristic of wicker. Wicker, plural of wicker. Wickersham. A surname. Wickershams, plural of Wickersham. Wicker, a surname. Wickers, plural of wicker. Wickerware, articles made from wicker. Wickerware, plural of wickerware. Wickerwork, a thing or thing. Things made of wicker. Wickerworked, made from or covered in wicker. Wickerworker, someone who makes things with wicker. Wickerworkers, plural of wickerworker. Wickerworks. Plural of wickerwork. Wait, plural of wick. Wegges, superlative form of wick, most wick. Wick. A small door or gate, especially one beside a larger one. Wicket gate, a small gate or door, especially one built into a large one. Wicket gates, plural of wicket. Wicket-keeper. Alternative form of wicket-keeper. Wicket-keepers. Plural of wicket-keeper. Wicket. Maiden. A maiden over in which a bowler gets a batsman out. Wicket maidens. Plural of wicket maiden. Wicket taker. A person who takes a wicket in the game of cricket. Wicket takers. Plural of wicket taker. Wicket-keeping gloves. Protective gloves worn by a wicket-keeper to cushion the hands when repeatedly catching balls. Wicket-keep. To act as a wicket-keeper. Wicket-keeper. A player who stands behind a batsman's wicket ready to catch the ball or to stump the batsman. Wicket-keepers. Plural of wicket-keeper. Wicket-keeping. The role of the wicket-keeper. Wicketless. Having failed to gain a single wicket. Wickets. Plural of wicket. Witte, a surname. Wickets. Plural of wicket. Wiki, a surname. Wiggies. Plural of wiki. Wickhill, a surname. Rickford, a town and civil parish with a town council in Basildon Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7400. Widow. A village in Welford Parish, West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 3971. Wickham Bishops. A village in Malden District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 8412. Wickham Market, a village and civil parish in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. Previously in Suffolk Coastal District. OS Grid Ref TM 3056. Wickhamstria. Any of the whitish lines visible in the papules of lichen planus and other dermatoses, typically in the oral mucosa. Wickhamstria. Plural of Wickhamstria. Wickhamstria. Alternative form of Wickhamstria. Wickhamstria. Plural of Wickhamstria. Wickamborough. A village and civil parish in Canterbury District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 2258. Wickhams. Plural of Wickham. Weki. Lighthouse keeper's assistant, whose responsibilities typically included the tending and trimming of wicks for the light. Weggies. Plural of wiki. Wicca. Present part. participle and gerund of wick. Wickings, plural of wicking. Wea, a domed hut similar to a wigwam used by some semi-nomadic Native American tribes, particularly in the southwestern and western United States. Weges, plural of wikiap. Wickazer, a surname. Wickazers, plural of Wickizer. Wickas, that does not have a wick. Wickawa, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk. England OS Grid Ref TG0702. Wycliffe, an unincorporated community in Clark County, Virginia, United States. Wycliffian, obsolete form of Wycliffian. Wycliffians, plural of Wycliffian. Wycliffite, alternative form of Wycliffite. Wycliffites, plural of Wycliffite. Wetfike, resembling or characteristic of a wick. Wetfi, a surname. Wetklines. Plural of Wickline. Wicklow, a county of Ireland. Wicklow Mountains, a mountain range mostly located in County Wicklow, Ireland, with some parts extending into County Dublin, County Wexford, and County Carlow. Wicklas, plural of Wicklow. Wickland, a surname from Swedish. Wicklands, plural of Wickland. Wickmaker, someone who makes wicks. Wickmakers, plural of wickmaker. Wickmaking, the manufacture of wicks. Wickman, a surname. Wickmanite, an isometric hexacohedral mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and tin. Wickmans, plural of Wickman. Wickmere, a village and civil parish in North Norfolk, Norfolk County, England. Reykjavik, alternative form of Wikipedia. Wickermasson, a transliteration of the Sinhalese surname Wickermissing at W-I-K-R-A-M-A. S-I letter 1E41HI. Wickermessing, a transliteration of the Sinhalese surname Wickermissing at W-I-K-R-A-M-A-S-I letter 1E41HM. Wait, a surname. Wixellian, of or relating to Nut Wixel 1850. 1926, Swedish economist. Wixi, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Wickstrom, a surname from Swedish. Wickstroms, plural of Wickstrom. Wigger, an onomatopoeic representation of the chirp of certain species of flickers. Wookor, a village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England, OS Grid Ref SD 7288. Wickware, a surname. Wickware, plural of Wickware. Wickwire, a surname. Wickwires, plural of Wickwire. Wiki, the sheep plural. Wikira, not entirely legitimate, odd, eccentric. Wikia, alternative spelling of Wikia. Wikips, plural of Wikiap. Wicomico County, one of 23 counties in Maryland, United States. County seat, Salisbury. Wekavi, any of several trees, such as the leatherwood/moosewood of the genus Durca, the whitewood, or the American basswood. Linden of the genus Tilia. What? A river in Essex, England, which flows past Whitford before joining the River King just outside Chelmsford. Whittle test, the agglutination test for typhoid fever. Whittle tests, plural of Whittle tests. Within, a surname. Wibbins, plural of Wibbin. Whittacoon, a surname. Whittacoons, plural of Whittacoon. Whittaver, a surname. Whittamers, plural of Whittamer. Witter, a surname from German. Witter, pronunciation spelling of widower. Witterers, plural of witterer. Witters, plural of wit. Witter. Wittershins, the wrong way. Wittersins. Alternative form of Wittershins. Whittacoon, a surname. Name from Old English. Whittacoons, plural of Whittacoon. Weddis, plural of witty. Weddison. A surname. Weddisons, plural of Widdison. Whittle, urine. Whittle, simple past and past participle of whittle. Whittler, comparative form of whittle. more, whittle. Whittlers, plural of whittler. Whittles, third person singular simple present indicative of whittle. Whittlest, superlative form of whittle, most whittle. Whittlay, present participle and gerund of whittle. Whitley, characterized by a lot of long, fast guitar riffs. Widowson, a surname. Widowsons, plural of Widowson. Widrington, a village in Widrington Village Parish, Northumberland. England OS Grid Ref NZ 2595. Widrington Station, a settlement in Widrington Station and Stobswood Civil Parish, Northumberland, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2494. Widrington Station and Stobswood, a civil parish northeast of Morpeth, Northumberland, England. Widrington Village, a civil parish in Northumberland, England, which includes the village of Widrington. Widringtons, plural of Widrington. Widda. A surname. Widai, alternative form of vidui. Widdy, a rope or halter made of flexible twigs or whiz or such. Why? Having a large physical extent from side to side. Wide area network, a computer network that covers a large geographic area. Wide area networks, plural of wide area network. Wide awake, awake and very alert. Vigilant, watchful. Wide berth, adequate distance from sea vessels or other objects to ensure safety and maneuverability. Wide berths, plural of wide berth. Wide boy, a man who lives by his wits, wheeling and dealing. Wide boys, plural of wide boy. Wide column store, a type of database that allows different rows to have arbitrary sets of columns. Wide column stores, plural of wide column store. Wide game, any of various games played by groups in a large area, such as a field or woodland. Wide games, plural of wide game. Wide of the mark, of a projectile missing the target. Wide open, completely open. Wide place in the road. Synonym of wide spot in the road. Wide places in the road. Plural of wide place in the road. Wide receiver. An offensive football player whose position on the line of scrimmage is farthest from the ball and whose function is to principally to catch passes. Wide receivers. Plural of wide receiver. Wide SCSI. A type of SCSI-2 interface which uses a 16-bit bus and supports transfer rates up to 20 megabytes/second. Wide shot. A film or video recording made with the camera positioned to observe the most action in the performance. Wide shots. Plural of wide shot. Wide spot in the road. A very small and insignificant town or village. Wide spots in the road. Plural of wide spot in the road. Wide stance. Homosexuality as an attribute of a person. Wide stances. Plural of wide stance. Wide angle. Of or pertaining to a short focal length lens that has an angle of view greater than about 70 degrees, of or pertaining to an image produced with such a lens. Wide angle converter. A lens screwed onto the front of an existing camera lens to give a wider field of view. Wide angle converters. Plural of wide angle converter. Wide angle lens. A short focal length lens having a wide field of view. Wide angle lenses. Plural of wide angle lens. Wide area network. Alternative form of wide area network. Wide area networks. Plural of wide area network. Wide awake. Alternative spelling of wide awake. Wide awake hat. Alternative spelling of wide awake hat. Wide awake. Awake hats. Plural of wide awake hat. Wide awakes. Plural of wide awake. Wide body. Alternative spelling of wide body. Wide bodies. Plural of wide body. Wide body. An airliner capable of seating 6 or more passengers in a single row of economy seating. Wide cat, composed of a mixture of hydrocarbons with a wide range of boiling points, including both moderately heavy, higher boiling kerosene type molecules and lighter, lower boiling, more volatile gasoline type molecules. Jet B or JP4 is a fuel of this type. Wide eye, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See wide eye ed. Wide field, alternative form of wide field. Wide line, synonym of far flung. Wide gap, anglerfish. Wide gabs, plural of wide gab. Wide-handed, having hands that are wide. Wide-handedness. The quality of being wide-headed. Wide-on, a sexually aroused vagina, a state of female sexual arousal. Wide-ons, plural of wide-on. Wide-ranging, occurring over a wide range, appearing throughout a broad region, or extending over a diverse spectrum of possibilities. Wide-reaching, having significant and widely applicable effects. Wide-scale, alternative form of wide-scale. Widespread, alternative spelling of widespread. Wide-wasting, causing widespread devastation. Wide awake, Ascension Island. Wide awake hat, wide awake. Wide awake hats. Plural of wide awake hat. Wide awakes, plural of wide awake. Wideband, a communications transmission rate between that of narrowband and broadband. Widebands, plural. Of wideband. Widebeam, a canal boat built in the style of a British narrowboat, but with a wider beam 2.16 meters 7 ft1 in or greater. Widebeams, plural of wide beam. Wide-bodied, of an airliner that can seat more than 6 passengers in each row in economy seating. Wide bodies. Plural of wide body. Wide body, an airliner capable of seating 7 or more passengers in a single row of economy seating, with 2 aisles or more. Widebody, alternative form of wide boy. Wide boys, plural of wide boy. Widecombe, ellipsis of Wycombe in the Moor, a village and civil parish in Cambridge District, Devon, England. OS grid ref SX 7000. Wycombe in the Moor, a village and civil parish in Cambridge District, Devon, England. OS grid ref SX 7176. Wide-veiled, in which a whole two-dimensional image is acquired simultaneously using a wide area detector array. Wide app, having a wide band gap. Wideish, alternative spelling of widdish. Widely, having wide leaves, used in the names of plants. Widely. Comparative form of widely, more widely. Widest. Superlative form of widely, most widely. Widely. In a wide manner, across a wide area. Wide man. A surname. Wide men's. Plural of wide men. Wide men. Applied to various kinds of fish characterized by a wide mouth. Widemouth blind cat. Any of species Satanuistamus of North American freshwater catfish endemic to Texas in the United States and the only representative of the genus Satan. Widemouth blind cats. Plural of widemouth blind cat. Wide mouth. Having a wide mouth. Widen. A surname from Swedish. Widen up. To become or make something wider. Widenamal. That may be widen. Widen. Simple past and past participle of widen. Widened up. Simple past and past participle of widen up. Widen up. A surname. Widen it. Plural of widen up. Wideness. The state are called quality of being wide. Widenesses. Plural of wideness. Widiness. Second person singular simple present indicative. Of widen. Widena. Third person singular simple present indicative of widen. Widening. Growing wider. Or farther apart. Widening conversion. A conversion from one data type to another where the new data type's size is the same or greater than the old one's, guaranteeing that there will be no loss of information. Widening conversions. Plural of widening conversion. Widening up. Present participle and gerund of widen up. Wideningly. So as to grow wider. Widenings. Plural of widening. Widemanite. An orthorhombic light yellow mineral containing carbon, lead, oxygen, and uranium. Widens. Plural of widen. Widens up. Third person singular simple present indicative of widen up. Wide. A wide wrist. Receiver. Widets. Plural of widiat. Wider. Comparative form of wide. More wide. Wide. Open. Comparative form of wide open. More wide open. Widespread. Comparative form of widespread. more widespread. Wide-reaching, alternative form of wide-reaching. Widdershins, alternative form of widdershins. Widespread, comparative form of widespread, more widespread. Wise, plural of wide. Wide scale, large. Enough to affect or involve all or most of the relevant area. Widescreen, a screen with a wider aspect ratio than the ordinary 35mm frame, making more effective use of the human field of view and producing a more immersive view experience. Widescreens, plural of widescreen. Wise at, position far apart. Wide sum, characterized or marked by wideness or being wide. Wide span, spanning a relatively large distance. Or area. Widespread, affecting or found throughout a large area, for example the entire land or body, broad in extent. Widely diffused. Widespreaded, widespread. Widespreadly, widely, in a widespread manner. Widespreadness, the quality of being widespread. Widest, superlative form of wide, most wide. Widest open. Superlative form of wide open, most wide open. Widest spread, superlative form of widespread, most widespread. Widespread, superlative form of widespread, most widespread. Wide ultra SCSI, a cross between the ultra SCSI and wide SCSI interfaces which uses a 16-bit bus. Windsor, a place in England. With a horse. Wedon. Alternative spelling of widgeon. Widgeon grass, certain aquatic grass like herbs. Widgeon grasses, plural. Of widgeon grass. Widgeon grass, alternative form of widgeon grass. Widgeon grasses, plural of widgeon grass. Widgeons, plural of widgeon. Widgeon wave, any of various aquatic plants in the genus Rupia. Widgeon weeds, plural of widgeon weed. Widger, a surname. Widgers, plural of widger. Widger. A surname. Wedges, plural of which. Wed, a placeholder name for an unnamed, unspecified, or hypothetical manufactured good or product, typically as an example for purposes of explaining concepts. Widgetization, the process of widgets. Widgetize, simple past and past participle of widgetize. Widgetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of widgetize. Widgetizing, present participle and gerund of widgetize. Widgets, plural. Of widget. Widget, a female baji. Widgenuflite, a nickel analog of hydromagnesite discovered in Western Australia. Wedges, plural of widgie. Withalm, a surname from German. Withalms, plural of Withalm. Wit, a form of tungsten carbide used in machining tough materials. Witte, a surname. Witte. Plural of witted. Wittish, somewhat wide. Wajata, a surname from Indonesian. Wajatas, plural of wajaja. Willerize, to destroy a defective electronic component using a hammer. Willerized, simple past and past participle of whittlerize. Whittlerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of whittlerize. Whittlerizing. Present participle and gerund of whittlerize. Whitley, a suburban area in Havant Borough, Hampshire, adjoining Winchester District OS Grid Ref SU 6707. What a surname. Wedeman, a surname. Widmans, plural of Widman. Widmanstatter, a surname from German. Widmanstatter, alternative spelling of Widmanstatter. Widmanstaten, alternative spelling of Widmanstatten. Widmanstaten figure, alternative form of Widmanstatten figure. Widmanstaten figures, plural of Widmanstaten figure. Widmanstaten pattern, alternative form of Widmanstaten pattern. Widmanstaten patterns, plural of Widmanstaten pattern. Widmanstaten, a surname from German. Widmanstaten figure, synonym of Widmanstaten pattern. Widmanstaten figures, plural of Widmanstätten figure. Widmanstätten pattern. Any absurd pattern. The being on etch meteoric iron. Widmanstätten patterns. Plural of Widmanstätten pattern. Widmer. A surname from German. Widmers. Plural of Widmer. Wid A surname. Wimmerpool, a village and civil parish in Rushcliffe Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6328. Widmers, plural of Widmer. Widdle, a surname. Winner, a surname. In Cheshire, England, originally in Lancashire. Wido. Aware of what is going on, fly alert. Without. Pronunciation spelling of without. Widow. A person whose spouse is absent. Widow bewitch, a woman separated from her husband. A grass widow. Widow bird, any of several species of birds in the family Viduidae, incorporating whitas and widow finches. Widow birds, plural of widow bird. Widow cleansing, a tradition that requires widowed women to have sexual intercourse as a form of ritual purification. Widow foreclosure, foreclosure on a reverse mortgage after the deed holder passes away while the spouse resides on the property. Widow foreclosures, plural of widow foreclosure. Widow inheritance, a practice whereby a widow is required to marry a male relative of her late husband, often his brother. Widow maker, alternative form of widow maker. Widow maker. Makers, plural of widow maker. Widow monkey, either of two small South American monkeys, collared titi Calaspis torquatus or yellow-handed titi Cheraspis lucifer, black except for the dull whitish arms, neck, and face, and a ring of pure white around the face. Widow monkeys, plural of widow monkey. Widow's bench, a widow's share of her husband's estate in addition to her jointure. Widow's cap, a cap worn as a sign of mourning by a woman after the death of her husband. Widow's chamber, in London, the apparel and furniture of the bedchamber of the widow of a freeman, to which she was formerly entitled. Widow's cross, a plant, sedum pulchellum. Widow's cruse, alternative spelling of widow's cruse. Widow Widow's cruises. Plural of widow's cruise. Widow's cruise. An inexhaustible supply, often of something that appears meager. Widow's crosses. Plural of widow's cruise. Widow's lawn. A fine, thin muslin. Widow's man. A fictitious person in the Navy whose pay and allowances went into a fund for widows' pensions. Widow's mite. The Lepton coin. Widow's mites. Plural of widow's mite. Widow's peak. A descending V-shaped point in the hairline in the middle of the forehead. Widow's peaks. Plural of widow's peak. Widow's silk. A silk fabric with a dull surface for mornings. Widow's walk. A raised platform on the roof of a house, especially one on a coastal house originally used for viewing the arrival of shipping. Widow's walks. Plural of widow's walk. Widow's weeds. Black garments worn by widows in mourning. Widow hunter. Somebody who seeks to marry a widow for her money. Widow hunters. Plural of widow hunter. Widowmaker. Something which or someone who takes a person's life, particularly men. A lethal hazard that affects mostly men or is specific to a primarily male trade. Widowmakers. Plural of widow. Maker. Widow whale. Spurge olive seniorum tricoccum. Widow bird. Alternative spelling of widow bird. Widow birds. Plural of widow bird. Widowdom. Synonym of widowhood. Widow, whose spouse has died or is gone missing. Who has become a widow or widower. Widower, a man whose spouse has died and who has not remarried. A man in relation to his late spouse. Master. Masculine of widow. Widower, widowed, left a widower. Widowerhood, the state or period of being a widower. Widowerhoods, plural of widowerhood. Widowers, plural of widower. Widowership, the state of being a widower. Widowerships, plural of widowership. Widowery, widower. Hood. Widowess, widow. Widowhead. Widowwood. Widowhood, the state or period of being a widow. A widower. Widowhoods, plural of widowhood. Widowing, present participle and gerund of widow. Widowish, Characteristic of a widow. Widowed. Synonym of widow. Widow-like. Resembling or characteristic of a widow. Widowing. Like or suiting a widow. Widowmaker. Alternative form of widowmaker. Widowmakers. Plural of widowmaker. Widowman. A widower. Widowman. Plural of widowmen. Widows. Plural of widow. Widows bewitched. Plural of widow bewitched. Widow's peaks. Plural of widow's peak. Widowy. Widowish. Wiver. A surname from German. Witterex. Plural of witteret. Witse. A given. Name. What? The state of being wide. With restriction. A place on a road, street, or approach to a bridge where the width is restricted by means of posts or bollards on either side. These are designed to limit the size and weight of vehicles that use the road. With restrictions. Plural of with restriction. Widden. To increase in width or increase the width of. Make or become wider or broader. Widden. Simple past and past participle of widden. Widdening. Present participle and gerund of widden. Widdens. Third person singular simple present indicative of widden. With less. Without width. Witlessness. Absence of width. Wit. Plural of wit. Wit's way. Alternative form of widthways. Widthways. Widthwise the direction of the width of an object or place. Widthwise. Directed across the width of an object or place. Winray, a small village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 2199. What? A surname from Korean. Wit, a surname. Where? A surname. Name. Weaver, a surname from German. Weavers. Plural of weaver. Weavers. Plural of weaver. Wiz. Plural of weave. Weave. A surname from German. Weicher. A surname from German. white shirts. Plural of white shirt. Whiteman. A surname. Weichman. A surname. Weich. Plural of Weichman. Weichmans. Plural of Weichman. Why? A surname. Wykowski. A surname from Polish. Wise. Plural of white. Why? A river in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. A tributary of the Rhine. Widow, a surname from German. Widows, plural of widow. Widomen. A surname. Wiedemann. A surname. Wiedemann, France law. A law stating that the ratio of the electrostatic contribution of the thermal conductivity to the electrical conductivity of a metal is proportional to the temperature. Wiedemann-Rothenstruch syndrome. A progeroid syndrome associated with abnormalities in bone maturation and hormone metabolism. Wiedemann-Steiner syndrome, a rare genetic disorder involving developmental delay, unusual facial features, short stature, and hypotonia. Wiedemanns, plural of Wiedemann. Wiedemanns, plural of Wiedemann. Wiederhold, a surname from German. Wiederholds, plural of Wiederhold. Wiederholds, a surname. Wiederholt. Plural of Wiederholt. Wiederkehr. A surname. Widerman. A surname. Widerman. A surname. Weinmann, a surname from German. Weinmann, a surname from German. Weinmanns, plural of Weid. Weinmanns, plural of Weidman. Wide. Plural of Y. Weekend, a surname. Weekends, plural of weekend. Weijao, a surname. Weidaos, plural of Weijo. Wagers, a surname. Wagerses, plural of Wager. Wager, a surname from German. Wajax, plural of Wager. Weiman, a surname. Weiman, a surname from German. Weimans, plural of Weidman. Weidmans, plural of Weidman. Wait. a surname from German. With, plural of we. Well, and a surname. Whelan Yeser Keto, a racemic bicyclic dictone used in the total synthesis of numerous natural products. Welland, plural of Wheeland. Well, acronym of Western Institute for Endangered Language Documentation. Well, to command, rule over, to possess or own. Wieldable, capable of being wielded. Weldens, wielding, welded, simple past, and past participle of wield. Wielder, a person who wields something, especially power. Wielders, plural of wield. Wielder, comparative form of wieldy, more wieldy. Oiliet, superlative form of wieldy, most wieldy. Wieldiness, the quality of being wieldy. Wielding. Present participle and gerund of wield. Wieldless, not to be. Wielded, unmanageable, unwieldy. Wells, third. Person singular simple present indicative of wield. Wield time, characterized or marked by wieldiness, easily wielded or managed. Wieldy, able to wield one's body well, active, dexterous. Wieldness, a surname from Polish. Wielgises, plural of Wielgus. Wielicke, a town in Lesser Poland Voivodeship, Poland, known for its salt mine. Wielkopolska province, synonym of Greater Poland Voivodeship. Wielkopolska Voivodeship, synonym of Greater Poland Voivodeship. Wieluń, a town in Lodz Voivodeship. Poland. Wehrmann, a surname from German. Weimanian, of or relating to Henry Nelson Weeman 1884-1975, American philosopher and theologian. Wehrmann, a surname from German. Weymans, plural of Weeman. Weymans, plural of Weeman. Weemelt, a surname. Weemelts, plural of Weemelt. Weir, a surname. Wehners, a surname from German. Wemerses, plural of Weemers. Wayne. surname from German. Wien approximation, a law of physics used to describe the spectrum of thermal radiation. Wien bridge, a kind of bridge circuit for measuring or comparing capacity. Wien bridges, plural of Wien bridge. Wien effect, the experimentally observed increase in aetic mobility or conductivity of electrolytes at very high gradient of electrical potential. Wien effects, plural of Wien effect. Wien's displacement law, a law stating that the blackbody radiation curve for different temperatures will peak at different wavelengths that are inversely proportional to the temperature. Wien-Sachs, a surname. Wien-Sachs, plural of Wien-Sachs. Wiener, a surname. Wienex, plural of Wiener. Winner, a surname from Germany. Wiener breath, an obnoxious or annoying individual. Wiener breaths, plural of Wiener breath. Wiener Dar, synonym of Dachshund, a dog breed. Wiener dog. Plural of Wiener dog. Wiener filter, a filter that takes a statistical approach to filtering out noise that has corrupted a signal. Wiener filters, plural of Wiener filter. Wiener Neustadt, a city south of Austria. Wiener roasts, an activity in which people use a ground fire, for example, a campfire to cook hot dogs. Wiener roasts, plural of Wiener roast. Wiener Schnitzel, alternative form of Wiener Schnitzel. Wiener Schnitzel, a veal cutlet dipped into flour. Egg and breadcrumbs, then fried. Wiener Schnitzels, plural of Wiener Schnitzel. Wiener Schnitzels, plural of Wiener Schnitzel. Wiener Hopf method, a technique for solving systems of integral equations with wider use in solving two-dimensional partial differential equations with mixed boundary conditions on the same boundary. It works by exploiting the complex analytical properties of transformed functions. Wiener Kolmogorov prediction, synonym of Krייgen. Wienering, an act of sexual intercourse, especially one categorized by passion or sincere love. Wieners, plural of Wiener. Wiener Schnitzel, alternative form of Wiener Schnitzel. Wiener Schnitzels, plural of Wiener Schnitzel. Wienerwurst, then and sausage. Wienerwursts, plural of wienerwurst. Winnie, a wiener sausage. Weenie roast, alternative form of wiener roast. Weenie roasts, plural of weenie roasts. Weenie wagger, a male exhibitionist, a man who exposes his penis in public. Weenie waggers, plural of weenie wagger. Winnies, plural of weenie. Wig, a surname. Wig, his plural of wing. Wes, a surname. Where, a surname. Where I know, the butcher bird. Weird, misspelling of weird. Weirda, a village and municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Weirdly, misspelling of weirdly. Weeringa, surname. Weeringas, plural of Weeringa. Weire, a surname from German. Weermans, plural of Weerman. Weir, a surname. Weerzona. A surname. Weersamas, plural of Weersama. Whereas, plural of weirs. Weersua, a surname from West Frisian. Weersimas, plural of Weerswa. Weerse, a surname. Weersens, plural of Weersen. Weeresel, a town in Lodz Voivodeship. Poland. Weird, obsolete form of wiry. Wira, a surname from Polish. Whereas, plural of Wiersba. Wiersviken, or relating to Anna Wiersbicka, born 1938, Polish linguist. Wierzbicki, a surname from Polish. Wieredis, plural of Wierzbicki. Wierzbowski, a surname from Polish. Wierzbowskis, plural of Wierzbowski. Wise, alternative letter case form of wise. Wiesbaden, the capital city of Hesse, Germany, on the River Rhine. Wes, a surname from German. Well, a surname. Wesower, a surname from German. Wesowers. Plural of Wieseler. Wesemme, a surname from German. Wiesenboden, a black meadow soil. Wiesenbodens, plural of Wiesenboden. Wiesenfahren. A surname. Wiesental, a township in Waghusel, Karlsruhe district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Where? A surname. Wissers, plural of Wieser. Wienes, plural of Wies. Wieslander, a surname. From Swedish. Wiesemann, a surname from German. Wiesemans, plural of Wiesman. Wiener, a surname. Wieners, plural of Wiesner. Wes, a surname. Wests, plural of Wies. Wyatt, a surname from German. Wyas, plural of Wya. What? Initialism of work interference. With family. What? What? Wife, a married. Factor, an assessment of the visual design elements of a consumer product. For example, a home music system. Wife beater, alternative spelling of wife beater. Wife beaters, plural of wife. Beater. Wife carrying, a Finnish sport in which men carry women through an obstacle course. Wife guy, a man who becomes famous on social media by posting content about his wife. What? Wife guys, plural of wife guy. Wise huh? Of a man to marry a woman, generally an existing girlfriend, to make a woman one's wife. Wise best friend, the penis. Wife beater, alternative spelling of wife beater. Wife beaters. Wise best friend, the penis. Wife beater, alternative spelling of wife beater. Wife beaters, plural of wife beater. Wife beating, prone to physically assaulting one's wife. Wife beating question, a question that presupposes some controversial premise, such that it cannot be directly answered without incriminating oneself or, at least, unintentionally conceding a point. A loaded question. Wife beating questions, plural of wife beating question. Wife beatings, plural of wife beating. Wife car, a kakwayan. Wife Garrett, a lineage. Or a family that gives a woman in marriage. Wife givers, plural of wife giver. Wife-in-law, a wife-in-law. Only, such as one who has abandoned her husband. Wife-taker, a lineage or a family that accepts a woman in marriage from another lineage or family. Wife-takers, plural of wife-taker. Wife-able, nubile worthy of being taken as a wife. Wife-beater, one who usually as a repeated practice beats his wife or a husband prone to violence. Wife-beaters, plural of wife-beater. Beheading, the act or practice of physically assaulting. One's wife. Wife-beatings, plural of wife-beating. Wife, simple past and past participle of wife. Wifed up, simple past and past participle of wife up. Wifedom, the condition of marriage for a woman. Wifehood, the quality or state of being a wife. Wifehood, plural of wifehood. Wifeism, a patriarchal societal tendency whereby women can only achieve things as the wives of men of rank. Wife-jack, a drawing of a red-headed woman in the Wajak style, often used in memes poking fun of typical behaviors of wives. Wife-jacks, plural of wife-jack. Wife-king, a wife. Wifekins, plural of wife-kin. Wifeless, having no wife, unmarried or celibate. Wifelessness, absence of a wife. Wifelet, a wife. Wifelets, plural of wifelet. Wifely, comparative form of wifely, more wifely. Wifeliest, superlative form of wifely, most wifely. Wife-like, resembling a wife. Wifeliness, the condition of being wifely. Wifely, a wife, a little wife. Wifelings, plural of wifeling. Wifelkin, a wife. Wifelkins, plural of wife. Wifelkin, wifely, of befitting, pertaining to, or characteristic of a wife. Wivery, the state of being a wife. Wives, third person singular simple present indicative of wife. Wise up, third person singular simple present indicative of wife up. Wisher, the role or Status of a wife. Wifeships, plural of wifeship. Wifestyle, a woman's attitudes and behavior within a marriage. Wifestyles, plural of wifestyle. Wifeswapper, a swinger who shares a wife with other sexual partners. Wife-swappers, plural of wife-swapper. Wife-swapping, the activity of swinging where couples engage in sexual activity with different partners. Wife or, toward a wife or wives. Wife or, housework, etc. that a man's wife is traditionally expected to do. Wife, of, befitting, pertaining to, or characteristic of a wife. Wives, plural of wifey. Vivwa, alternative form of wifwa. Weather, a surname from Old English. Plural of whiffin. Whifferdo, an elaborate, multi-axis aerobatic maneuver, especially one in which an aircraft makes a series of very tight turns in order to reverse its direction of travel. Whifferdales, plural of whifferdale. Wiffle ball, alternative form of wiffle ball. Wiffle ball, alternative form of wiffle ball. Wiffle balls, plural of wiffle ball. Wiffle waffles, alternative form of wiffle waffles. Wiffle waffles, a state of melancholy or upset. The blues. Wiffle ball, a game similar to baseball, played with a lightweight bat and ball and suitable for children to play in confined areas. Wiffle balls, plural of wiffle ball. Wiffle bat, the lightweight bat used in the game of wiffle ball. Wiffle bat, plural of wiffle bat. Wi-Fi, alternative spelling of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, alternative form of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi-ing, present participle and gerund of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi-ing, present participle and gerund of Wi-Fi. Wi, a woman, especially older woman. Wi-Fi, simple past and past participle of Wi-Fi. Simple past and past participle of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, a user of a Wi-Fi network, particularly a public one. Wi-Fi, comparative form of Wi-Fi, more Wi-Fi. Wi-Fiers, plural of wife-ear. Wi-Fi. Fires, plural of wi-fi. White eyes, plural of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi-is, superlative form of Wi-Fi, most Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi-less, without Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi-like, similar to Wi-Fi. Wi-Thing, present participle and gerund of wife. Wiving up, present participle and gerund of wife up. Wife-es, plural of Wi-Fi. Wi-Hi's, plural of Wi-Fi. With it, like a wife. With them, alternative form of wife. Without, pronunciation spelling of without. Withy, eccentric, silly, scatterbrained. Wifty-wafty, silly, dippy, kooky. What? Initialism of winging ground. What? A head of real or synthetic hair worn on the head to disguise baldness, for cultural or religious reasons. For fashion, or by actors to help them better resemble the character they are portraying. Wig and falsies, an attempt to make something look like something else without significantly altering its core functionality. Wig below. A simplified head model used to display wigs. Wig blocks, plural of wig block. Wig cap. A thin cap worn under a wig to hold back the real hair and retain the wig in place. Wig cats, plural of wig cap. Wig hat, a stand for a wig, shaped roughly like a head. Wig. Heads, plural of wig head. Wig onto, to understand, perceive, or realize something that isn't obvious. Wig onto, alternative form of wig onto. Wig out, to become extremely emotional or excitable, to lose control of one's emotions. Wig outs, plural of wig out. Wig tree, Festet cotinus cogigria. Wig tree fern, also Phylla baleana, a tree fern native to northeastern Queensland in Australia. Wig tree ferns, plural of wig tree fern. Wig Becker, a psychotherapist. Wig pickers, plural of wig picker. Wig whack. alternative form of wigwag. Wigwag. Simple past and past participle of wigwag, alternative form of wigwag. Wigwagging. Present participle and gerund of wigwag, alternative form of wigwagging. Wigrags. Plural of wigwag, alternative form of wigwags. Widya. A surname from German. Wiggles. Plural of wiggle. Wid. A town and metropolitan borough of Greater Manchester, England. Wigan kebab. A small pie served in a bread roll. Wigan kebabs. Plural of Wigan kebab. Widden. A surname from German. Wiggins. Plural of Wigan. Wiganer. A person from Wigan in northern England. Wiganers. Plural of Wiganer. Wiganese. A dialect spoken by natives of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. Wiganite. A native or inhabitant of Wigan. Wiganites. Plural of Wiganite. Wiggins. Plural of Wigan. Wigham. The realm or sphere of Wigan. Wygen. A surname from Norwegian. Wygens. Plural of Wygen. Widden. Any of three freshwater dabbling ducks. Widgeons. Plural of widgeon. Wigfall. A surname. Wigfalls. Plural of Wigfall. Wigwield. A surname. Wigtall. As much as will fit in or on a wig. Wigholes. Plural of wigful. What? A surname. Wit. Alternative spelling of wigger racial senses. Wih. Surname. Wigams. Plural of Wigam. Wign. Yes. Plural of Wigga. Winnes. Plural of Wigga. Wig. Simple past and past participle of wig. Wig onto. Simple past and past participle of wiggle. Onto. Wig onto. Simple past and past participle of wig onto. Wig out. Simple past and past participle of wig out. Wigged out. Very excited. Crazy, frantic, zany. Witter. A surname. Wiggeries, plural of wiggery. Wiggerish, like or characteristic of a wigger white person infatuated with black culture. Wiggers, plural of wigger. Wigger, a wig or wigs, false hair. Wigger, comparative form of wiggy, more wiggy. Wiggus, superlative form of wiggy. Most wiggy. Widder, a surname. Widder. Present participle and gerund of way. Wigging on to. Present participle and gerund of wig onto. Wigging on to. Present participle and gerund of wig onto. Wigging out. Present participle and gerund of wig out. Wiggings, plural. Of wigging. Wiggins, a surname. Wigginton. A surname. Wiggintons, plural of Wigginton. Wiggish, resembling or characteristic of a wig. Wiggishness, the quality of being wiggish. Wigga, to move with irregular, back and forward or side-to-side motions, to shake or jiggle. Wiggle dress, a dress whose hem is narrower than the hips, causing the wearer to walk in short strides with legs close together, producing a sway or wiggle of the hips. Wiggle dresses, plural of wiggle dress. Wiggle out of, alternative form of wiggle out of. Wiggle room, the opportunity to make alternative decisions or to pursue other courses of action, especially any involving only minor changes to one's present situation or course. Wiggle seat, a seat equipped with sensors used by police to measure the physiological response of a suspect under questioning. Wiggle seats, plural of wiggle seat. Wiggle worm, a person, especially an infant or young child, who is energetic and frequently moves around or sometimes wiggles. Wiggle worms, plural of wiggle worm. Wiggle, simple past and past participle of wiggle. Wiggled out of, simple past and past participle of wiggle out of. Wiggler, anything that wiggles. Wigglers, plural of wiggler. Wiggles. Plural of wiggle. Wiggles out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of wiggle out of. Wiggle some. characterized or marked by wiggling. Wigglesworth, a village and civil parish in Craven District, North Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SD 8056. Wigglesworthian, of or relating to Smith Wigglesworth 1859-1947, British evangelist. Wigglesworths, plural of Wigglesworth. Wewe, comparative form of wiggly, more wiggly. Wewiest, superlative form of wiggly, most wiggly. Wiggliness, equality of being wiggly. Wiggling, present participle and gerund of wiggle. Wiggling out of, present participle and gerund of wiggle out of. Wigglings. Plural of wiggling. Wiggling, constantly moving, especially with small, undirected movements. Widow. Bradley Wiggins, born 1980, British professional racing cyclist. Wait, plural of wig. Witty, Freely. Wigo, a village and civil parish in Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 4746. What? The Iowa White. White, an isoflavone extract. From hedge apple, McClure pomifera. Wiley, Zwift. Nimbly, quickly. Wyman, a surname. Whiteman axiom, any of a number of axioms representing an attempt at a mathematically rigorous formulation of quantum field theory. Whiteman. Axioms, plural of Whiteman axiom. Whitemanite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, hydrogen, magnesium. Magnesium and oxygen. Whiteman's, plural of Whiteman. Whiteman's Corner, an unincorporated community in Newport County, Rhode Island, United States. Whiteman's Grove, a census-designated place in Sandusky County, Ohio, United States. Whiten, a surname. Whites, plural of white. Witte, initialism of when it's gone, it's gone. Wijoja, the traditional Christmas Eve vigil supper in Poland, held on December 24. Widgington, a surname. Widgington, a surname. Widgingtons, plural of Widgington. Wigbus, without a wig. Wigbus, absence of a wig. Wibbut, a small wig. egg. Wiglets, plural of wiglet. Wig. A surname. Wiblis, plural of wiggly. Wig-like, like a wave. Wigglomeration. Complex legal wrangling. Windbaker, a person who makes or sells. Wigs. Wigmakers, plural of wigmaker. Wig-making, the manufacture of wigs. Wigman, among the Philly people of Papua New Guinea, a male warrior who grows his hair long in order to weave it into a ceremonial wig. Wigan, plural of wigmen. Winmar, a village in Herefordshire, England. Winnall, a surname. Winnalls, plural. Of Wignall. Wigat, a more openly Nazi white nationalist, seen by others on the far right as over the top and not as presentable. Wingats, plural of Wignat. Wigger, a circle name from Anglo-Saxon or other Germanic. Wigner crystal, a solid, crystalline phase of ions or charged particles originally, and especially electrons in a uniform, inert neutralizing background, such that said ions have insufficient momentum to overcome their mutual repulsion and so remain fixed in a lattice formation. Wigner crystals, plural of Wigner crystal. Wigner effect, the displacement of atoms in a solid caused by neutron radiation. Wigner energies, plural of Wigner energy. Wigner energy, energy stored in the graphite moderators of a nuclear reactor. Wigner's friend. The hypothetical observer in a thought experiment in which Wigner, absent when his friend observes the state of a particle in some versions. Schrödinger's cat as it collapses from quantum superposition, concludes that both the particle and his friend remain in quantum superposition. Until Wigner himself learns the result of the observation. Wigner-Eckhart theorem, a theorem of representation theory and quantum. Wigner-Eckhart theorem, a theorem of representation theory and quantum mechanics, stating that matrix elements of spherical tensor operators on the basis of angular momentum eigenstates can be expressed as the product of two factors, one of which is independent of angular momentum orientation, and the other a Clebsch-Gordon coefficient. Wegener-Saitz cell, a primitive cell constructed by applying Voronoi decomposition to a crystal lattice used in the study of crystalline materials. Wegener-Saitz cells, plural of Wegener-Saitz cell. Wigre, a surname. Wigre, Vigor plain that will be the site of a battle during Ragnarok. Wigs, plural of wig. Wigs on the green, a fight, a brawl. Wigs onto, third person singular simple present indicative of wig onto. Wigs ont, third person singular simple present indicative of wig onto. Wigs apt, third person singular simple present indicative of wig out. Wigs Hall, plural, wigful. One in Oadby and Wigston Borough, Leicestershire. England OS Grid Ref SB 6098. Wigston Magna, the full name of Wigston in Leicestershire, England. OS maps, however, show it as a separate suburb. Wigton, a market town and civil parish in Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale District OS Grid Ref NY 255,481. Wigtons, plural of Wigton. Wigtown, a town in Wigtownshire, of which it is the county town in Dumfries. And Galloway Council area, Scotland. Wigtownshire, a historical county, registration county, and lieutenancy area in southwest Scotland, part of Dumfries and Galloway since 1975. The former county town was Wigtown. Rigat, any of a number of mechanical or electrical devices which cause a component to oscillate between two states. Rigat, simple past and past participle of wigwag. Wigagger, anything that wigwags. Wigaggers, plural of wigwagger. Wiganing, present participle and gerund of wigwag. Wigaggus, plural of wigwag. Wigwag, a dwelling having an arched framework overlaid with bark, hides, or mats, used by Native Americans in the Northeast. Eastern United States. Wigwam for a goose's bridle. A notional object put forward as an explanation when asked about something one does not want to tell. Wiggle-mike, resembling or characteristic of a wigwam. Wigwam, simple past and past participle of wigwam. Wigwamming, present participle and gerund of wigwam. Wigwams, plural of wigwam. Vihara, alternative form of Vihara Buddhist monastery. Viharas, plural of Vihara. Where, alternative form of are a Buddhist monastery. Where, plural of where. With a cow, a wendigo. With a cows, plural. Plural of with a cow. What? A video game system released worldwide by Nintendo in 2006, noted for its unique motion-based control system. Wait, a mineral likely consisting of samarskite, beta phyte, and allanite. Wigate, plural of Wiikite. Wiimote, the Wii Remote, the primary controller for the Nintendo Wii game console, noted for its motion sensing capabilities. Wiimotes, plural of Wiimote. Wait, alternative spell. Spelling of Wendigo. Wait, plural of Wendigo. Wait, it is plural of Wendigo, alternative spelling of Wendigo. Wait, plural of we. Wait, kinky sexual activities. Weichen, a village in Gelderland. Netherlands. Weddemeren, a municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. What? An indigenous Australian people from northern Queensland. Wikmaiken, a Pomeningan Australian Aboriginal language spoken in Oricon, Queensland. Why, a surname. Wanger, alternative form of Wikinex. Wikipedia, misspelling of Wikipedia. Weiger, a surname. Weigers, plural of Weiger. Wise, plural of white. Wit. Abbreviation of Wikipedia. Wiki-crack, a notional drug likened to crack cocaine, supposed to cause individual to become addicted to editing Wikipedia. Wikifarm, a type of server farm that offers users tools to simplify the creation and development of individual, independent wikis. Wikifarms, plural of Wikifarm. Wikimagic, the phenomenon of the wiki taking shaped by being constructively edited by many people. Wiki markup, a lightweight markup language used to format and structure pages in wikis. WikiWalk, the random perusing of Wikipedia links and the reading of its articles. Wiki, a wiki posted on the Wikifarm Wikia. Wikialities, plural of Wikiality. Wikiality, the supposed reality described by Wiki. Wikipedia articles whose content is established by majority consensus. Wiki, a person who contributes to the wiki farm wiki and now called fandom since 2016, especially a regular contributor versed in the ways of the site. Wikians, plural of wikian. Wikias, plural of wikia. Wikibookian, a person who contributes to wikibooks, especially a regular contributor versed in the ways of the website. Wikibookians, plural of wikibookian. Wikibreak, a period during which a person does not edit or contribute to a wiki, usually in order to focus on other concerns. Wikibreaks, plural of wikibreak. Wikigo, synonym of wiki markup. Wikidata, a free content, multilingual, online knowledge base and wiki run by the Wikimedia Foundation. Wikidation, a regular contributor to Wikidata. Wikidations, plural of wikidation. Widey, simple past and past participle of wiki. Wikifarm, a service that offers wiki hosting. Wikifarms, plural of wikifarm. Wikification, the process of adding wiki syntax to text in a wiki platform or converting HTML to wiki markup. Wikifications, plural of wikification. Wikify, simple past and past participle of wiki. Wikivise, third person singular simple present indicative of Wikify. Wikify, to adapt to the standards and facilities of an existing wiki, such as by marking up with wiki text. Wikifying, present participle and gerund of wikify. Wikinome, a wiki editor such as Wikipedia that primarily makes minor and uncontroversial edits such as fixing typos and grammar mistakes. Wikinomes, plural of wikinome. Wikigroaning, the act of comparing two similar Wikipedia articles, one considered generally useful and the other primarily appealing to nerdy interests, and observing that to one's disappointment the latter is significantly longer and more professionally written. Wikiholic, someone who is addicted to editing Wikipedia or another wiki. Wikiholics, plural of wikiholic. Wikiholism, an addiction to editing any of the various wikis. Present participle and gerund of wiki. Wikilawyering, engaging in legalistic arguments on a wiki. Wikos, without a wiki. Wikilike, in the style of a wiki collaborative website edited in a browser. WikiLink, a hyperlink from one wiki entry to another. WikiLinks, plural of WikiLink. Wikimania, an annual gathering of Wikimedians. Wikimanias, plural of Wikimania. Wikimedian, a member of the Wikimedia movement, especially a volunteer contributor to it as contrasted with a Wikimedia Foundation employee. Wikimedian in residence, a Wikimedian who holds a visiting scholar position at an educational institution. Wikimedians, plural of Wikimedian. Wikimedians in residence, plural of Wikimedian in residence. Wikiness, the poverty of being a wiki, a collaborative website with built-in editing facilities. Wiki Newsy, a reporter or user at Wikinews. Wikinews, plural of Wikinewsy. Wiki, alternative. Form of Viking. Wikings, plural of wiki. Wikinomics, alternative spelling of Wikinomics. Wiktionary, misspelling of Wiktionary. Wikipedia, alternative spelling of Wikipedia. Wikipedia, a free content, multilingual, online encyclopedia and wiki run by the Wikimedia Foundation. Wikipedia, simple past and past participle of Wikipedia. Wikiang, present participle and gerund of Wikipedia. Wikidayolite, resembling Wikipedia. Wikipedian, a person who contributes to Wikipedia, especially a regular contributor well-versed in the ways of the website. Wikipedians, plural of Wikipedian. Wikipedias, plural of Wikipedia. Wikipediaory, suitable for inclusion on Wikipedia. Wikipedic, of or relating to Wikipedia. Wikipedically, in a way that pertains to Wikipedia. Wikipediholic, someone who is addicted to editing Wikipedia. Wikipediholics, plural of Wikipediholic. Wikipediholism, an addiction to editing Wikipedia. Wikipedis, a Wikipedian person who contributes to Wikipedia. Wikipedists, plural of Wikipedis. Wikiphilosophies, Plural of Wikiphilosophy. Wikiphilosophy, a philosophy or system of thought pertaining to the editing of Wikipedia. Wikiho, one who fears or dislikes wikis. Wikiphobes, plural of wikiphobe. Wikiphobia, a fear or dislike of wikis. Wikiportal, a page on Wikipedia or another wiki that acts as a main page for a specific topic or area. Wiki Project, a group of editors who work together on improving the coverage of a particular topic on a wiki, especially on Wikipedia. Wiki Projects, plural of Wiki Project. WikiGat, the etiquette dictating the manner in which to behave when working on a wiki. Wikis, plural of Wiki. Wikisphere, the totality of wikis on the internet. Wikispheres, plural of Wikisphere. Wikistorming, a collaborative effort to inject a certain viewpoint such as a feminist perspective into a wiki website. Wikidex, a lightweight markup language used to format and structure pages in wikis. WikiTime, a time standard or timestamp used in Wikipedia and its affiliates set to Greenwich Mean Time and encoded as 24-hour time day month year. Wiktionary, misspelling of Wiktionary. Wikitalia, an editorial that can be edited by users in the manner of a wiki. Wikitiles, plural of Wikitorial. Wiki, alternative spelling of wiki. Yeah. Wikias, plural of Wikia. Wikiart. The entire collective scope of wikis. Weka, a surname from German. Wickles, plural of Wickel. Wethe, a picnic organized by Wikimedians. What? Yes, plural of Wicknick. Wethe, a surname. Wickas, plural of Wicca. Wicca, a surname. What is plural of Wick? Wickstrong. A surname from Swedish. Wickstrongs, plural of Wickstrong. Wiktionarian, a person who contributes to Wiktionary, especially a regular contributor well-versed in the ways of the site. Wiktionarians, plural of Wiktionarian. Wiktionary. Plural of Wiktionary. Wiktionary, a collaborative project run by the Wikimedia Foundation to produce a free and complete dictionary in every language. The dictionaries, collectively produced by that project. Well, a municipality in St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Well, abbreviation of Wiltshire. Well, Breoria Fremontii, a dark brown hair like lichen eaten by First Peoples in North America. Willimois, a city in Poland. Willimois, a meter consisting of 2 chorians, used in Attic tragedy and in Roman comedy, used by Plautus and Terence. Wilaya, alternative form of wilaya. Wilaya, a province or administrative division in some Arabic countries. Wilayas, plural of wilaya. Wilayas, plural of wilaya. Wilaya, plural of wilaya. Willayet, alternative form of vilayet. Wilbarger, a surname, for example that of Josiah P. Wilbarger. Wilbarger County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Vernon. Will. Contraction of will be. Wilbur, a surname. Wilberforce, an English surname from Old English, most common in Yorkshire. Wilberforce pendulum, a pendulum consisting of a mass suspended by a long helical spring and free to turn on its vertical axis. Twisting the spring, used as a demonstration in physics education. Wilberforce pendulums, plural of Wilberforce pendulum. Wilberforcian, of or relating to William Wilberforce, 1759-1833, British politician, philanthropist, and leader of the movement to abolish the slave trade. Wilbur, a surname. Wilburs, plural of Wilbur. Wilbur, of or relating to Ken Wilber, born 1949, American writer and public speaker. Wilbers, plural of Wilbur. Wilbert, a surname. Wilberts. Plural of Wilbert. Willing, a surname. Will. Plural of Wilbur. Wilbor, a surname. Wilborns, plural of Wilborn. Wilbor, a surname. Wilborns, plural of Wilborn. Wilbraham, a surname. Wilbur, a male. given name transferred from the surname. Wilbur, a Quaker who supports the ideas of the minister John Wilbur 1774-1856, a member or adherent of the Conservative Friends. Wilburites, plural of Wilbure. Wilbur, a surname. Wilburton, a village in East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4875. Welly, a place name. Welbys, plural of Wilby. Welch, a wickerwork strainer, traditionally in the form of a bottle once used to strain liquid in beer making. Wiltshire, a surname. Wiltshires, plural of Wiltshire. Wilta indicates agreement and compliance. Weltha, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilcoxon, a surname. Wilcoxons, plural of Wilcoxon. Wiltode, simple past and past participle of Wilco. Wilcoing, present participle. And gerund of Wilco. Wiltos, plural of Wilco. Wilthai, a village and former civil parish in Wilcott, Hewish and Orr Parish, northwest of Pusey, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1461. Wilcott, Hewish and Orr, a civil parish north of Pusey, Wiltshire, England, that includes the named places. Wilpax, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilcox County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Camden, named after Joseph M. Wilcox. Wilcoxon, a surname. Wilcoxons, plural of Wilcoxon. Wilcoxite, a triclinic mineral containing aluminum, fluorine, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and sulfur. Wilcoxon, a surname. Wilcoxon, a surname. Wilcoxons, plural of Wilcoxon. Wiltek, a surname from Polish. Wiltax, plural of Wilczek. Wilczycki, a surname from Polish. Wilczyskis, plural of Wilczyuski. Wilczynski, a surname from Polish. Wilczynskis. Plural of Wilczynski. Wild, untamed, not domesticated. Wild almond, used other than figurative. directly or idiomatically. See wild almond. Wild almonds. Plural of wild almond. Wild and woolly. Uncultured and without laws. Wild and woolly. Alternative form of wild and woolly. Wild animal. Any non-human animal living in a natural, undomesticated state. Wild animals. Plural of wild animal. What? Wild as a tuckernuck steer. Wild, reckless, harum scarum. Wild as a wet hen. Synonym of mad as a wet hen, very angry. Wild asparagus. Asparagus acutefolius. A species of asparagus common in the Mediterranean basin. Wild asparaguses. Plural of wild asparagus. Wild ass. Any of several wild equine mammals closely related to donkey. Endemic to Asia and Northeast Africa. Wild ass. Plural of wild ass. Wild bachelor's button. Common chicory Sicorium in Tibus. Wild bachelor's button. Plural of wild bachelor's button. Wild bachelor's button. Common chicory Sicorium in Tibus. Wild bachelor's buttons. Plural of wild bachelor's button. Wild bergamot. An American herb of the mint family. Monarda fistulosa. Wild bergamots. Plural of wild bergamot. Wild blueberries. Plural of wild blueberry. Wild blueberry. Any of several species of blueberry of the genus Vaccinium, having blueberries that are not normally cultivated. Wild boar. A wild swine native to Eurasia and North Africa, Scrofa, now widely distributed elsewhere, an ancestor of most domestic pig breeds. Wild boars. Plural of wild boar. Wild buckwheat. Any plant in the genus Eriogona related to true buckwheat. Wild buckwheats. Plural of wild buckwheat. Wild cabbage. The plant of the species Brassica oleracea with broad leaves and a long spike of yellow flowers, from which many cabbages, cauliflower, broccoli, and Brussels sprouts derive. Wild cabbages. Plural of wild cabbage. Wild candytuft. Iberis amara, a flowering plant in the family Brassicaceae, native to Europe. Wild cane. Alternative form of wild cane. Wild card. A card that can be assigned any value or used to substitute for any needed card. Wild cards, plural of wild card. Wild carrot, Daucus carota. Wild cat. An undomesticated felid, as tigers or lions. Wild cats, plural of wild cat. Wild salary. Plural of wild celery. Wild celery. Garden angelica, angelica, archangelica. Wild cherry. Plural of wild cherry. Wild cherry. An uncultivated cherry tree of species Prunus avium, native to Europe and Western Asia. Wild chicories, plural of wild chicory. Wild chicory, common chicory Sicorium in Tibus. Wild child, a headstrong, rebellious young person. Wild children, plural of wild child. Wild cotton, a tall weed resembling milkweed with a ball-shaped seed pod, Gomphocarpus fruticosus sin, Asclepias fruticosa, and Gomphocarpus physocarpus sin, Asclepias physocarpa. Wild cucumber, Echinocystis lobata, a species of gourd found throughout most of North America. Wild cucumbers, plural of wild cucumber. Wild custard apple. Synonym of African custard apple. Wild custard apples. Plural of wild custard apple. Wild dog. Any of various undomesticated canids that resemble a domesticated dog. Wild dogs, plural of wild dog. Wild duck, a mallard. Wild eggplant, a turkey berry bush Solanum torvum, or its edible fruit. Wild eggplant, plural of wild eggplant. Wild endo. Common chicory Sicorium in Tibus. Wild endeavs. Plural of wild and div. Wild fed, simple past and past participle of wild feed. Wild feed. Uncultivated food sources. Wild feeding. Present participle and gerund of wild feed. Wild feed. Plural of wild feed. Wild fields. The Ponic steppe north of the Black Sea and Azov Sea, usually defined as lying between the Don River on the east, Kiev on the north, and the left tributaries of the Dniester on the west. Wildflower, alternative form of wildflower. Wild flowers, plural of wildflower. Wild foxtail millet, Setaria viridis, closely related to the cereal crop foxtail millet Setaria italica. Wild garlic, Ranson's allium ursinum. Wild garlics, plural of wild garlic. Wild geese, plural of wild goose. Wild geranium, a flowering plant of species Geranium maculatum, found in North America from Manitoba and Quebec to Oklahoma and Georgia. Wild geraniums, plural of wild geranium. Wild ginger, any of the many plants similar to culinary ginger Zingiber officinale in appearance or aroma. Wild gingers, plural of wild ginger. Wild goat, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see wild goat. Wild goats. Plural of wild goat. Wild goose, any of many species of wildlife goose, such as the gray-eyed goose or the Canada goose, whose wedge fly in a wedge or V form or cuneiform, as opposed to the domesticated goose that would not fly. Wild goose chase, alternative form of wild goose chase. Wild goose chases, plural of wild goose chase. Wild guess, a guess that is not based on any evidence, knowledge, or experience. Wild guesses, plural of wild guess. Wild haggis, a fictional creature supposed to live in Scotland and to be the source of the meat dish called haggis, which is actually made from sheep innards. Wild haggis is plural of wild haggis. Wild hare, a fervent, usually sudden, desire to do something surprising or unexpected. Wild horse, a member of the species Equus feris, sometimes excluding the domesticated horse. Wild horses, plural of wild horse. Wild hunt, a ghostly hunt that rides across the sky, common to English, German, and Scandinavian folklore. Wild hunts, plural of wild hunt. Wild hyacinth, common bluebell hyacinthoids. Non-scripta of Europe. Wild hyacinths, plural of wild hyacinth. Wild indigo, an American herb of species Baptisia tinctoria, which yields a poor quality of indigo, as do several other species of the same genus. Wild Ipecacuana, the flowering plant Asclepias curasavica. Wild Irishman, the train between Euston and Holyhead in connection with the Kingstown mailboats. Wild leek, a perennial wild onion native to eastern North America, Allium tricoccum, with a cluster of ovoid bulbs and large oblong elliptical leaves. Wild leeks. Plural of wild leek. Wild lettuce, a common name for several lactucarium-containing plants related to lettuce Lactuca sativa. The name most commonly refers to Lactuca virosa. Wild lettuces, plural of wild lettuce. Wild licorice, Astragalus glycophyllus, an herb native to Europe and West and Central Asia. Wildlife, dated spelling of wildlife. Wild lilies of the valley, plural of wild lily of the valley. Wild lily of the valley. Canada Mayflower Mayanthe. The Montanidens, native to northern and cooler eastern North America. Wild line, a line of dialogue recorded outside of the normal recording session, sometimes to replace a line that was delivered poorly. Wild lines, plural of wild line. Wild lope. Watts, any of various African fruit trees of the genus Eupaca. Wild man, a primitive man who dwells outside of civilized society. A savage person without culture. Wild man syndrome, a culture-bound syndrome of New Guinea, in which a man who is unable to meet his financial obligations instead loots his neighbors' homes, runs into the forest, and returns in a state of amnesia. Wild mangosteen, Garcinia indica cocum. Wild mangosteens, plural of wild mangosteen. Wild marjoram, English oregano, Oreganum vulgare subsp. vulgare, which grows wild in the British Isles. Wild marjorams, plural of wild marjoram. Wild men, plural of wild man. Wild mint, any plant of certain species of genus Mentha. Wild mustard, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see wild mustard. Wild oat, singular of wild oats. Wild oats, oats of non-cultivated species of Avena, a genus of grasses. Wild olive, any of several species resembling a typical olive tree from plant families, some of which are are only very distantly related. Wild olives, plural of wild olive. Wild onion, any of a large number of non-cultivated plants that smell similar to, or otherwise resemble, onions, especially in the genus Allium. Wild onions, plural of wild onion. Wild orange, Capparis mitchellii, a non-citrus plant species that contains notable amounts of vitamin C. Wild oranges, plural of wild orange. Wild oranges, plural of wild orange. Wild out, to react overly enthusiastically or aggressively, especially at the sudden. Wild ox, any of several mammals including Diorus coupi, Betang, Gore, or VM. Wild ox, plural of wild ox. Wild pansies. Plural of wild pansy. Wild pansy. Viola tricolor, a European wild flower with medicinal properties, which was formerly believed to ease heartache. Wild passion fruit, Capparis spinosa subsp. Nummularia, an Australian subspecies of the caper adapted to deserts. Wild pellitory, synonym of Sneezewortichilia tarmica. Wild pig, synonym of wild boar. Wild pig syndrome, synonym of wild man syndrome. Wild pigs, plural of wild pig. Wild pink, Silene carolinana, native to the eastern United States. Wild pinks, plural of wild ping. Wild pitch, a play where the pitcher throws a non-catchable pitch and a runner advances. Wild pitches, plural of wild pitch. Wild plum, wild growing forms of plums, especially. Wild plums, plural of wild plum. Wild pointer, synonym of dangling pointer. Wild potato, an Arum peltandra virginica, which has an edible root. Wild potatoes, plural of wild potato. Wild purslane, an edible vegetable and invasive plant Portulaca ulracea. Wild purslanes, plural of wild purslane. Wild radish, a plant of species Raphanus raffinus from jointed charlock or white charlock. Wild radishes, plural of wild radish. Wild rhubarb, synonym of burdock. Wild rhubarbs, plural of wild rhubarb. Wild rice. Rice of any of 4 species of grasses which form the genus Cisnea, which have edible grains and edible stems. Wild rices, plural of wild rice. Wild river, a river system protected by government legislation requiring it to be maintained in its natural state. Wild rivers. Plural of wild river. Wild rue. Harmal, a plant of species Paganum harmala, endemic in dry regions of Eurasia. Wild ruse, plural of wild rue. Wild rye, any of the grasses of genera Elymus or Lane. Wild service tree, a tree with edible fruit. Sorbus terminalis, native to Central and Southern Europe and neighboring parts of Asia and Africa. Wild service trees, plural of wild service tree. Wild soursop, synonym of African custard apple. Wild soursops, plural of wild soursop. Wild spinach, any of a number of plants with edible leaves. Wild stonecrop, a plant, Sedum ternatum. Wild strawberries, plural of wild straw. Wild strawberry, a plant of the species of strawberry growing naturally throughout much of the northern hemisphere, Fragaria vesca. Wild succory, common chicory Sicorium in Tibus. Wild Syrian rue, Syrian rue Paganum harmala. Wild Syrian ruse, plural of wild Syrian rue. Wild take, comically exaggerated facial expressions of shock. Wild teasel, synonym of fuller's teasel. Wild thing, synonym of flip dog. Wild thing. Plural of wild thing. Wild thyme. A flowering plant in the mint family of species Thymus serpillum. Wild thymes. Plural of wild thyme. Wild tobacco, a very strong tobacco of species Nicotiana rustica. Wild track, a soundtrack that is not synchronized with the visual and may be inserted at any point, such as the background sounds of a city or jungle. Wild tracks, plural of wild track. Wild turkey, a brand of bourbon whiskey from Kentucky. Wild turkey, a large game bird, Melligris galopavo, native to North America. Wild turkeys, plural of wild turkey. Wild turmeric, a species of turmeric, curcuma aromatica. Wild type, the typical form of an organism, strain, gene, or characteristic as it occurs in nature. Wild types, plural of wild type. Wild weasel, an attack airplane specialized for attacking anti-aircraft defenses odds, typically surface-to-air missile SAM sites and radar control stations, typically with anti-radiation missiles arms. Wild wheels, plural of wild weasel. Wild wee, an act of urination outdoors where toilet facilities are not available. Wild ways, plural of wild we. Wild West, the western United States during the 19th century era of settlement, commonly believed to be lawless and unruly. Wild woman, female equivalent of wild man. Wild women, plural of wild woman. Wild yam, diaspora. Korea Dajina. Wild yams, plural of wild yam. Wild animal, archaic form of wild animal. Wild animals, plural of wild animal. Wild ass, alternative spelling of wild ass. Wild asses, plural of wild ass. Wild card, alternative form of wild card. Wild cards, plural of wild card. Wild tat, alternative form of wildcat. Wild cats, plural of wild cat. Wild caught, a fish or seafood that has been caught from their natural habitats in lakes, rivers, and oceans. Wild-eyed, having a glaring expression suggesting madness or terror. Wild goose chase, a futile search, a fruitless errand, a useless and often lengthy task whose execution is inordinately complex relative to the value of the outcome. Wild goose chases, plural of wild goose chase. Wild goose plum, any of various North American plum species. Wild man, alternative form of wild man. Wild man, plural of wild man. Wild type, alternative spelling of wild type. Wild types, plural of wild type. Wildasin, a surname. Wildasins. Plural of Wildasin. Wildavsky, a surname. Wild berries, plural of wildberry. Wildberry, a combination of wild cherries and strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, or other berries used in ice cream and other food products, as well as in cosmetics. Wild boar, a surname. Wild boars, plural of wild boar. Wild Gang, a tall grass of the species Gynerium sagittatum. Wild card, a character that takes the place of any other character or string that is not known or specified. Wild carded, simple past and past participle of wild card. Wild card. The use of wild card characters for partial matching. Wild cards, plural of wild card. Wildcat. A cat that lives in the wilderness, specifically. Wildcat Bank, a bank that issues more currency than it is able to redeem in specie. Or in coins. Wildcat banking, the issuance of paper currency in the United States by poly-capitalized state-chartered banks. Wildcat banks, plural of Wildcat Bank. Wildcat cartridge, a cartridge modified from another caliber rather than being commercially produced. Wildcat cartridges, plural of Wildcat cartridge. Wildcat currencies, plural of Wildcat currency. Wildcat currency, synonym of Wildcat money. Wildcat money, a paper currency that was issued by banks in the 19th century when there was no federal regulation of banks. Wildcat note, one of the notes printed by a bank issuing Wildcat money. Wildcat notes, plural of Wildcat note. Wildcat sandwich, synonym of cannibal sandwich. Wildcat sandwiches, plural of wildcat sandwich. Wildcat strike, a labor strike that has not been authorized by the leaders of a trade union. Wildcat strikes, plural of wildcat strike. Wildcat well, an exploration well to determine the existence of petroleum in a probable hydrocarbon deposit. Wildcat wells, plural of wildcat well. Wildcats, plural of wildcat. Wild cadet, Simple past and past participle of wildcat. Wildcatter, someone who drills for oil speculatively. Wildcatters, plural of wildcatter. Wild hang, present participle and gerund of wildcat. Wildcraft, the harvesting of wild plants to sell or make into saleable products. Wildcrafted, simple past and past participle of wildcraft. Wildcrafter, one who takes part in wildcraft. Wildcrafters, plural of wildcrafter. Wildcrafting, present participle and gerund of wildcraft. Wildcrafts, plural of wildcraft. Wilda, a surname from Middle English. Wildian, of or pertaining to Oscar Wilde, a 1854–1900 Irish playwright and poet, or his writings. Wildebeest, the new Wildebeest. Plural of wildebeests. Wildebeests. Plural of wildebeests. Wildeblood, a surname. Wilded, simple past and past participle of wild. Wilded out, simple past and past participle of wild out. Wildegrana, Burchellia bubulina, the wild pomegranate. Wilden, a village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL 0955. Wilden, simple past and past participle of Wilden. Wilden hang, a surname. Wildening, present participle and gerund of Wilden. Wildenrath, a town in Wegberg municipality, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Wilden, third person singular simple present indicative of Wilden. Wilder, a surname. Wilder effect. Synonym of Bradley VA about white voters and polling. Wilder. Simple past and past participle of wilder. Wildering, a plant growing in a state of nature, especially one that has run wild or escaped from cultivation. Wilderings, plural of wildering. Wilderman, a surname. Wilderman, plural of wilderment. Wilderment, bewilderment. Wilderment, plural of wilderment. Wildermuth, a surname. Wildermuth ear, alternative form of Wildermuth's ear. Wildermuth ears, plural of Wildermuth ear. Wildermuth's ear, the congenital defect of an ear having a backwards oriented helix and consequently a protruding anthelix. Wildermuth's ears, plural of Wildermuth's ear. Wildermuths, plural of Wildermuth. Wilderness. A forested region of Central Virginia. Wilderness program, a wilderness therapy scheme. Wilderness programs. Plural of wilderness program. Wilderness road, one of two principal routes used by colonial and early national era settlers to reach Kentucky from the east, the other being the Cumberland Road. It made a long loop from Virginia southward to Tennessee and then northward to Kentucky, a distance of 200 miles, 320 km. Wilderness therapies, plural of wilderness therapy. Wilderness therapy, any of a range of forms of adventure therapy that take place in wilderness areas. Wilderness Treatment Center, any treatment center that offers wilderness therapy as a main therapeutic focus. Wilderness Treatment Centers, plural of Wilderness Treatment Center. Wilderness, obsolete spelling of wilderness. Wildernesses, plural of wilderness. Wildernessy, resembling or characteristic of the wilderness. Wilders, plural of wilder. Wilderswell, a village and municipality in Bern Canton, Switzerland. Wild Ash, reminiscent of Oscar Wilde, 1854-1900, Irish playwright, novelist, essayist, and poet. Wildest, superlative form of wild, most wild. Wildy, a surname. Wildy, alternative form of wild-eye. Wildies, plural of wildy. Wild, then, simple past and past participle of wild feed. Wild feed, alternative form of wild feed. Wild feeding, present participle and gerund of wild. Feed. Wild feeds, plural of wild feed. Wildfire, a rapidly spreading fire, especially one occurring in a wildland area. Wildfire fighter, a firefighter trained in fighting wildfires. Wildfire fighters, plural of wildfire fighter. Wildfires, plural of wild. fire. Wild flower, a flower from such a plant. Wild flowers, plural of wildflower. Wildlife, a chaotic, unsorted sedimentary deposit. Wild owl, any wild bird such as ducks, geese, or swans. Wild owl, simple past and past participle of wildfowl. Wild howler, someone who hunts wildfowl. Wild howlers, plural of wildfowler. Wild howling, present participle and gerund of wildfowl. Wild owls, plural of wildfowl. Wildgrave, alternative spelling of Waldgrave. Wildgraves, plural of wildgrave. Wild bass, a surname. Wild House, a village in Wild House Salzen, Johann Municipality, Toggenburg, St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Wild House Salzen, Johann, a municipality in Toggenburg, St. Gallen Canton, Switzerland, formed in 2010. From the old municipalities of Wildhaus and Altzen, Johann Wildian, of or pertaining to John Daniel Wild 1900 to 1972, American philosopher, an important proponent of existentialism and phenomenology. Wildy, a wild fish, most often a carp rather than one bred artificially for angling. Wildies, plural of wildy. Wilding, a surname. Wilding out, present participle and gerund of wild out. Wildings, plural of wilding. Wildish, a surname. Wildishly, in a wildish manner. Wildishness, the quality of being wildish. Wildland, land that is unfit for or has not been modified by cultivation or other human activity, a natural area. Wildlands, plural of wildland. Wildland. Comparative form of wildly, more wildly. Wildlife, undomesticated animals, especially mammals, birds, and fish which live in the wild. Wildlife bridge, a bridge over a motorway that allows wildlife to safely cross over. Wildlife bridges, plural of wildlife bridge. Wildlife care, a person who takes care of and rehabilitates injured wildlife. Wildlife carers, plural of wildlife care. A strip of vegetation that differs from its surrounding environment and which connects otherwise separate habitat areas. Wildlife corridors, plural of wildlife corridor. Wildlife crossing, a route such as a length of road or highway across which wild animals are known to travel or constructed specifically to allow them to pass safely. Wildlife crossings. Plural of wildlife crossing. Wildlife park, a type of zoo with spacious enclosures that approximate the natural habitat of the exhibits. Wildlife parks, plural of wildlife park. Wildlife refuge, a nature reserve. Wildlife refuges, plural of wildlife refuge. Wildlife reserve, an area of land managed to conserve wildlife habitat. Wildlife reserves, plural of wildlife. Reserve. Wildlife sanctuaries, plural of wildlife sanctuary. Wildlife sanctuary, an area of land that is managed in order to conserve wildlife, usually animals. Wildlife, a wild, i.e. not cultivated, plant. Wildlings, plural of wildling. Wildly, in a wild, uncontrolled manner. Wildman, a certain name. Wildmans, plural of wildmen. WildMat, a pattern matching library for matching strings with certain wild cards, used in NNTP, also refers to its own format. Wildats, plural of wildmat. Wild meat, meat from a wild animal. Wild meats, plural. Of wild meat. Wildmen, plural of wildmen. Wildnor, a suburb of Bridgend, Bridgend Borough County Borough. Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 9081. Wildman. A surname. Wildmoor, a civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. Wildness, the state or quality of being wild. Wildnesses, plural of wildness. Wild out, synonym of Carpentanal trade name. Wildomar, a city in Riverside County, California, United States. Wild boosting, posting advertisements on public property without permission. Wilder, a name. Wilds, plural of wild. Wilds out, third person singular simple present indicative of wild. Wildscape, a wild landscape. Wildscapes, plural of wildscape. Wildsmith, a surname. Wildsome, characterized or marked by wildness. Wildstein, a surname. Wildstyle, a form of graffiti with text so stylized as to be difficult to read, often with interlocking, three-dimensional type. Wild, a surname. Wilds, plural of wild. Wild type, alternative spelling of wild type. Wild types, plural of wild type. Wildwood, a neighborhood of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. Wildwoods, plural of wildwood. A surname transferred from the nickname. While away, misspelling of while away. While a coyote, to fail disaster. Disastrously. While a coyote, simple past and past participle of while a coyote. While a coyote being. Present participle and gerund of while a coyote. While a coyotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of while a coyote. While out. Alternative form of wild out. Wild. Simple past and past participle of while. Wild out. Simple past and past participle of while out. Wileful. Artful. Wily. Deceitful. Wileless. Without wiles. Or cunning. Wily, obsolete form of wily. Wileman, a surname originating as an occupation. Wilemans, plural of wileman. Wileman. A surname. Wilemans, plural of wileman. Wylan, a surname. Wylans, plural of Wylan. Wylanski, a surname from Polish. Wylanskiz, plural of Wylanski. Wylanski. A surname from Polish. Wylanskis, plural of Wylanski. Weiler, a surname from German. Weilers, plural of Weiler. Wiles, a surname transferred from the nickname, a patronymic form of while. Whiles out. Third person singular simple present indicative of while out. Why? A surname. Wealth. Acronym of what I'm looking for. The teacher's desired outcome when students are set an exercise. Wealth. A male given name, diminutive of Wilfred. Wealth. A kind of willow. Wealths. Plural of wealth. Welfare is surname from Wilfleet table, an inclined percussion table for dressing or, usually with longitudinal grooves in its surface, agitated by side blows at right angles to the flow of the pole. Wilfleet tables, plural of Wilfleet table. Wilfar, a surname. Wilfinus. Plural of Wilfon. Wilver, a place name. Wilfordine, the insecticidal alkaloid 1,3-R18. Alkaloid 1,3-R18s, 19-R20, R21, R22s, 23-R24, R25, R26s, 20, 22, 23, 25 tetraocetyloxy, 21 acetylhexyl 15, 26 ihydroxy, 3, 15, 26 trimethyl, 6, 16 dioxo, 2, 5, 17 trioxa, 11 azipentacyclo, 16.7.1.01, 21.03, 24.07, 12 hexacosa, 7, 12, 8, 10 trine, 90 nil benzo present in tritirid. Wilfredii. Wilfers, plural of Wilford. Wilfacide, a particular steroid glycos, a male given name from Old English, popular in the UK in the early 20th century. Wilfred, a male given name from Old English Wilfrid, a less common form of Wilfred. Willful, intentional, deliberate. Willful homicide, murder, defined similarly as in English law. Willful homicides, plural of willful homicide. Willful murder. Synonym of blind hooky card game. Willfula, comparative form of willful, more willful. Willfulous, superlative. The form of willful, most willful. Willful, comparative form of willful, more willful. Willfulous, superlative. willful, most willful. Willfully, willingly, of one's own free will. Willfulness, the state or condition of being willful, stubbornness. Willfulness, obsolete form of willfulness. Willfulnesses, plural. Of willfulness. Willet, Jadra parviflora, a small tree or bush found in inland parts of eastern Australia and grown elsewhere for its drought tolerance and its graceful willow-like weeping form. Wildath, plural of wilga. Wildy, a red ochre traditionally used as a pigment by the Aboriginal Munda people. Willa, a surname from German. Willems, plural of Willem. Wilhelm, a male given name from German, equivalent to English William. Wilhelm scream, a stock sound effect of a man's scream used in numerous films. Wilhelm screams. Plural of Wilhelm scream. Wilhelmi, a surname. Wilhelmian, relating to Wilhelm Roman II, German Emperor or to Germany in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Wilhelmina, a female given name from German, masculine equivalent Will. Wilhelmi, of or pertaining to the period of German history 1871–1918, or to the German emperors of that period. Wilhelminism, the grandiose image presented by Wilhelm Roman II during the Wilhelmine period of German history. Wilhelmis, plural of Wilhelmi. Wilhelm pleinite, a monoclinic prismatic blackish-green mineral containing arsenic. Hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and zinc. Wilhelm ramsayite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal bluish-gray mineral containing copper, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, potassium, sodium, sulfur, and thallium. Wilhelms, plural of Wilhelm. Wilhelmsen, a surname. Wilhelm. Plural of Wilhelmsen. Wilhelmshaven, an independent town and port in Lower Saxony, Germany. Wilhelmstrasse, a thoroughfare in central Berlin, formerly the location of the German Chancellery and Foreign Office. Wilhelm Bierlingite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Willite, a surname. Willites, plural of Wilhite. Willet, a surname. Willet, a surname. Willits, plural of Wilhoit. Willits, plural of Wilhoit. Weller, comparative form of wily. More wily. Wiliest, superlative form of wily. Most. Wily. Willede, the dialect of Dogrid spoken in the Yellowknife First Nation. Wily, in a wily manner. Wiliness, deceitful cleverness or shrewdness. Wilinesses, plural of wiliness. Wile, present participle and gerund of while. Whiling out, present participle and gerund of while out. Willy willy, erythrina and Wysensis, a fabaceous flowering tree endemic to the Hawaiian Islands. Willy willy is plural of willy willy. Wilda, alternative spelling of Wiltja. Weldes, plural of Wilgia. Wep, a surname. Wep, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilgate. Floralestidae. Wilkin, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilkening, a surname. Wilkin. Plural of Wilkening. Welkins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilder, a surname. Wilgers, plural of Wilker. Wilkerson. A surname originating as a patronymic. Whoops. A surname originating as a patronymic. Wilkes County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat. Washington. Wilkes Land, a large district of land in eastern Antarctica. Wilkes Barre, a city, the county seat of Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, United States. Wilkesboro, a town, the county seat of Wilkes County, North Carolina, United States. Wilkes Site, a political supporter of John Wilkes 1725-1797, English radical journalist and politician. Wilkes Sites. Plural of Wilkes Site. Wilkie, a surname. Wilkies, plural of Wilkie. Wilkie, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilke, a surname of originating as a patronymic. Wilkin County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Breckenridge. Wilkins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilkinson, an English surname originating as a patronymic. Wilkinson County, one of 159 counties in Georgia. United States. County seat, Irwinton. Wilkinsonian, pertaining to the Quaker preacher Jemima Wilkinson, known as the Public Universal Friend, or to the Society of Universal Friends. Wilkinsonianism, the religious beliefs and practices of the Quaker preacher Jemima Wilkinson, known as the Public Universal Friend, and of the Society of Universal Friends. Wilkinsonians, plural of Wilkinsonian. Wilkinsonite, synonym of Wilkinsonian, supporter of someone named Wilkinson. Wilkinsonites, plural of Wilkinson. Wilkinsons, plural of Wilkinson. Wilkison, a surname. Wilkisons, plural of Wilkison. Wilburnite, a monoclinic prismatic grayish-yellow mineral containing nickel and selenium. Wilkowski, a surname from Polish. Wilkaskis, plural of Wilkowski. Wilkes, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilkes's theorem, a theorem relating to the distribution of the likelihood ratio. Well, a male given name, a shortening of William. Also used as a formal given name. Bilcaw, a ticket booth or window for collecting pre-order tickets. Wilcaw, plural of will call. Will contest, a legal action brought to dispute the validity of a will. Will contests. Plural of will contest. Will contract, an agreement entered into between two parties for the exchange of a current performance by one for a future bequest by the other. Will contract, plural of will contract. Will County, one of 102 counties in Illinois. United States. County seat, Joliet. Will do. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see will do. Will o the wisp, any of several kinds of pale, flickering light, appearing over marshland in many parts of the world with diverse folkloric explanations and multiple possible scientific explanations including bioluminescence and chemiluminescence. Will o the wisps, plural of will o the wisp. Will of the wisp, alternative form of will o the wisp. Will of the wisps, plural of will of the wisp. Will I, to wish intensely that someone succeeds in what they're doing. often implies a silent or almost inaudible wish. Will power, alternative spelling of willpower. Will Rogers phenomenon, the situation where moving an observation from one group to another increases the average of both groups. Will the good of another, to wish someone well, to hope for good things for someone. Will that real someone please stand up? A request for the real person or thing to be identified from among others that are similar. Will they, won't they? Alternative form of will they, won't they? Will they, won't they? Alternative. Form of will they, won't they? Will to power, the vital energy in all living things which propels them to seek to grow, create, and thrive. Will you marry me? Used to propose marriage to someone. Willa will have as auxiliary verb. Will pa, alternative form of will call. Will pause, plural of will call. Will fire, the need fire. Will force, power gained purely from desire or will. Will it the wisp, obsolete form of will owe the wisp. The less of a person lacking volition, not exercising one's will. Will less it, in a will less manner. Will maker, someone who draws up a will. Will makers, plural of will maker. Will of the wisp, alternative spelling of will o' the wisp. Will o' wisp, alternative form of will o' the wisp. Will o' wisps, plural of will o' wisp. Will tap. Power, alternative spelling of willpower. Will they, won't they? Alternative form of will they, won't they? Will they, won't they? Of or pertaining to a potential coupling between two people who share romantic chemistry, but whose relationship is threatened by uncertainty, external obstacles, or internal strife. Will they slash, won't they? Alternative form of will they, won't they? Will to power, alternative form of will to power. Will with the wisp, obsolete form of will owe the wisp. Will worship, worship that is self-invented, superstitious observance without divine authority. Well, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Willittle, capable of being willed. Wellesley, a surname, for example, of John G. Willesey. Mark Willacy. Willacy County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Raymondville. Willamette, a river in Oregon, United States, a major tributary of the Columbia River. Welling, a surname. Welland, a surname. Wellens, a surname. Galata, a member of an Athabascan-speaking people in Washington, United States. Willapa, alternative form of Willapa. Willabes, plural of Willapa. Blatas, plural of Willapa. Weller, a surname of originating as a patronymic. Willodent, the amino acid 3-uracil 1-allyl. Wellards, a town in Maryland. Willaston, a village and civil parish in Cheshire, East Cheshire, England. Osgrid Ref SJ 6752. Willaw, alternative form of Williwaw. Willawas, plural of Willawa. Wiltax, a surname. Wiltax, a surname. Wiltax. A surname. Wilcoxes, plural of Wilcox. Wildet, a surname. Wilkets, plural of Wilket. Wilden, a surname. Wildens, plural of Wilden. Roller, a surname. What? Obsolete spelling of will. Wills are ma- Act. The will to power. Willebrand, a surname. Willebroek, a city and municipality in the province of Antwerp. Belgium. Well, having a document specifying inheritance. Willed on, simple past and past participle of wool on. Wellness, the quality of a will. Welver, a surname. Welvards, plural of Wilver. Willemite, a rare mineral anhydrous zinc silicate Zn2CO4 that is a minor ore of zinc. Willemite, plural of Willemite. Wellams, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willemsate, a monoclinic prismatic light green mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, nickel, oxygen, and silicon. Willemsen, a surname from Dutch. Willemsens, Plural of Willemstad. Willem. Stad, the capital city of Curaçao. Welland, a surname from German. Willenborg, a surname. Willenborg. Plural of Willenborg. Willenbring, a surname. From German. Willenbrings, plural of Willenbring. Willenhall, a market town in the metropolitan borough of Walsall. West Midlands, England. OS grid ref so 9698. Wellens, plural of Willen. Wolenski, a surname from Polish. Wolenskis, plural of Wolenski. Willer, a surname. Willery, a suburban village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, near Hull. OS grid ref TA0230. Willermosism, a Christian Masonic rite founded in Lyon, France in 1778. One of the three branches of Martinism. Willard, a surname from German. Willerses, plural of Willers. Willersey, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref SB 1039. Willard, a surname from German. Willerson, a surname. Willards, plural of Willard. Wells, a surname. Willisborough, a suburban village in Ashford, Kent, England. OS grid ref TR0241. Welleston, a suburban area in the borough of Brent, Greater London, England. OS grid ref TQ. (2284). Williston Green, a suburb in the borough of Brent, Greater London, England. OS grid ref TQ 2384. Wellesees, plural of Wills. Wellesley, a locality in the south of Ashby-le-Out parish, northwest Leicestershire district, Leicestershire, England. OS grid ref SK 3414. Welles, second person singular simple present indicative of will. Willet, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willet, third person singular simple present indicative of will. Willets, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willetias, plural of Willets. Willet, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willet, a surname. Willets. plural of Willette. Willets, a surname originating as a patronymic. Really, a civil parish in Herefordshire, England. Will-I, simple past and past participle of willie. Will-air, alternative form of willier. Will-airs, plural of will-air. Willie, present participle and gerund of willie. Willies, plural of willie. Wilford, a surname. Wilfords, plural of Wilford. Willful, U.S. standard spelling of willful. Willful blindness, synonym of willful ignorance. Willful ignorance, a decision in bad faith to avoid becoming informed about something so as to avoid having to make undesirable decisions that such information might prompt. Willful, comparative form of willful, more willful. Willfulness, superlative form of willful, most willful. Willful, comparative form of willful, more willful. Willfulness, superlative form of willful, most willful. Willfully, U.S. standard spelling of willfully. Willfulness, alternative form of willfulness. Willfulnesses, plural of willfulness. Wilbus, a surname. Wilhendersonite, a triclinic pinacoidal colorless mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Will-eyes, a surname. Willet, a surname. Willets, plural of Wilwit. Really, a surname from German. William, radiotelephony clear code word for the letter W. William and Mary, a style of furniture design common from 1700 to 1725 in the Netherlands, Kingdom of England, Kingdom of Scotland, and Kingdom of Ireland, and later in England's American colonies. It exhibits elaborate carving and woodturning, and imitates Asian design elements such as Japan. William McKinley, a United States $500 bill. William McKinley, plural of William McKinley. Williams Harbor, a ghost town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. William-nilly, alternative form of willy-nilly. Williamina, a female given name from the Germanic languages, a rare feminine form of William, best known in Scotland. Form of William, best known in Scotland. Williamite, a follower of William Roman III of England who deposed James Roman II in the Glorious Revolution. Williamites, plural of Williamite. Revolution. Williamites, plural of Williamite. Williams, a surname. Williams County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Williston. Named after Erastus of Pelman Williams. Williams Elfin Facey syndrome, synonym of Williams syndrome. Williams syndrome, a rare neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by a distinctive elfin facial appearance, developmental delay coupled with strong language skills, and cardiovascular problems. Williams-Buren syndrome, synonym of Williams syndrome. Williams-Campbell syndrome, a form of congenital cystic bronchiectasis. Williamsburg, the name of many places in the USA. Williamsburg County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, United States. County seat, Kingstree. Williamsburg, Kingstree. Williamsburg, obsolete form of Williamsburg. Williams says, plural of Williams, a set of people with the surname Williams. Williams Field, a place in the United States. Williamsian, of or relating to Bernard Williams. States. Williamsian, of or relating to Bernard Williams, 1929-2003, English moral philosopher. English moral philosopher. Williamsite, a translucent green variety of antigorite sometimes used as a gem. Williamsites, plural of Williamsite. Williamson, in Scottish. Williamson, in Scottish and English surname originating as a patronymic. Williamson County, one of 102 counties in Illinois. One of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Marion, named after the county in Tennessee. Williamsoniaceous, of or relating to the Williamsoniaceae. Williamsons, of or relating to the Williamsoniaceae. Williamsons, plural of Williamson. Williamsport, a ghost town in La Paz County, Arizona, United States. Williamston, a city in Ingham County, Michigan, United States. Williamstown, a number of places in the United States. Williamstown, a number of places in the United States. William Ford, a suburban area of Homewood, Northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4. Northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4265. Williamwood, a suburb of Clarkston, East Renfrewshire Council area, Scotland. West Williamwood, a suburb of Clarkston, East Renfrewshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 5657. William, a male given name. Willer, a surname. Willers, plural of Willier. Really, a diminutive of the male given name William. Willie Pete, white phosphorus. Willie Peter, alternative form of Willie. Willie Peter, alternative form of Willie Pete. Willie Whacked-Heat. Willie Whacktail, alternative form of Willie Wagtail. Alternative form of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtail, alternative form of Willie Wagtail. Alternative form of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wag Tails, plural of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtails, plural of Willie Wagtail. Tails, plural of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtail, alternative form of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtail, alternative form of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtail. Plural of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtails, plural of Willie Wagtail. Willie Warmer, alternative Willie Warmer, alternative form of Willie Warmer. Form of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtails, plural. Form of Willie Wagtail. Willie Wagtails, plural of Willie Wagtail. Willie Warmer, alternative form of Willie Warmer. Willie what? A large swig of drink. A large swig of drink. Willie, simple past. And past participle of Willie. Willie, a surname. Willie, a surname. Williers, plural. Williers, plural of Willier. Willie, plural of Willie. Willie, superlative form of Willie, most Willie. Willie. Willie, superlative form of Willie, most Willie. Willie, superlative form of Willie, most Willie. Williver, a surname. Williwards, plural of Williverd, plural of Williverd. Riley, a surname. Willids, Riley, a surname. Willids, plural of Willard. Willimanset, a neighborhood of Chicopee, Hampton County. Willimanset, a neighborhood of Chicopee, Hampton County, Massachusetts, United States. Willimantic, a river in Connecticut, United States. Willamette, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willamette, a surname. A surname. Willamot, a surname originating as Willamot, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willing, a surname. Willing horse, one who readily performs hard work or who voluntarily tolerates an adverse situation. Willing horses, plural of willing horse. Willing are, present participle and gerundival on. Willing suspension of disbelief, a suspension of Willing suspension of disbelief, a suspension of disbelief. Willing suspensions of disbelief, plural of willing suspensions of disbelief, plural of willing suspension of disbelief. Willeborough, a township in Burlington County, New Jersey, United States. Willingdon, a surname. A surname. Willingdon and Jevington, a civil parish. A surname. Willingdon and Jevington, a civil parish in Wealdon District, East Sussex, England, which includes the named places. Willinger, a surname from German. Willingers, a surname from German. Willingers, plural of Willinger. Willingest, superlative form of willing, most willing, most willing. Willful, willing, willful. Willingham, a village and civil parish of South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 408,700. England. OS Grid Ref TL 408,707. Willinghams, plural of Willingham. Willing-hearted, having a willing attitude. Willhood, willingness. Willingness. Willingly, of one's own free will. Willingly, of one's own free will, freely and spontaneously. Willingness, the state of being willing, willing. Willingness, obsolete spelling of willingness. Willingnesses, plural of willingness. Willing. Willingnesses, plural of willingness. Willings, plural of willing. Willington, a number of places in England. Places in England. Willington Heath, a riverside suburb and Willington Heath, a riverside suburb and former industrial area in the metropolitan borough of North Tyneside, Tyne and Wear, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3266. Willington Square, a suburban area north of Willington, North Tyneside Borough, Tyne and Wear, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3168. Willis, an English surname originating as a patronymic from the name Will. Willis Circle, synonym of Circle of Willis. Willis-Secum disease, synonym of restless legs syndrome. Wiltshire, of or relating to Thomas Willis, 1621-1675, English physician. Willison, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willisons, plural of Willison. English physician. Willison, a surname originating as a patronymic. Willisons, plural of Willison. Welliston, a surname. Wellistons, plural of Williston. Williton, a large village and civil parish in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 0741. Willits, a city in Mendocino County, California, United States. Williwa, archaic form of Williwaw. Williwas, plural of Williwaw. Williwaw, a strong gust of cold wind. Williwas, Plural of Willywaw. Willis. Alternative spelling of Willis. Willisness. The state or condition of being willis. Willmaker. Alternative form of willmaker. Willmakers. Plural of willmaker. Will making. The creation of a legal will. Willman. A surname. Willman. A surname. Willman. Plural of Willman. Willmans. Plural of Willman. Wilwer. A surname apparently of Belgian and Luxembourgian origin. Wilmot. A surname originating as a patronymic. Wilmot. A surname originating as a patronymic. Wilman. A surname. Wilmans. Plural of Wilman. Wilmore. A surname. Wilmore Energies. Plural of Wilmore Energy. Wilmore Energy. A quantitative measure of how much a given surface deviates from a round sphere. Wilmores. Plural of Wilmore. Wilmot. A surname originating as a patronymic. Wilmot. A surname transferred from the given name. Wilmots. Plural of Wilmot. Willet. Synonym of wont. Willet. Alternative form of Wilney. Wildy. Will not. Wilder. A surname. Wilders. Plural of Wilmer. Wellick. A surname transferred from the given name. Willex. Plural of Willick. Ilopa. Alternative form of Willapa. Willapa. Alternative form of Willapa. Willapes. Plural of Willapa. Willopus. Plural of Willopa. Willa. A surname originating as a patronymic. Willupby, any of several place names in England and elsewhere. Willupby with Sleuthby, a civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England, which includes the named places. Willuffies. Plural of Willufby. Willa, a female given name from English of modern usage. Willow Bunch, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada, within the rural municipality. Willow Canyon, a census-designated place in Pima County, Arizona, United States. Willow Creek, a census-designated place in Humboldt County, California, United States. Willow flies. Plural of willow fly. Willow fly. Any stonefly. Of the genus Clarquilla. Willow goldfinch. Any of subspecies Spinus tristis salicamens of American goldfinches of the far western U.S. Willow grouse. Lagopus lagopus, a medium-sized bird in the grouse family. Willow grasses. Plural of willow grouse. Willow herb. Alternative form of willow herb. Willow in the wind. One whose views are easily and regularly changed by the persuasion or influence of others. Willow oak. Quercus fallows. Willow oaks. Plural of willow oak. Willow palisade. A system of ditches and embankments planted with willows intended to restrict movement into Manchuria, built by the Qing dynasty during the later 17th century. Willow ptarmigan. A willow grouse, Lagopus lagopus. Willow ptarmigans. Plural of willow ptarmigan. Willow ragwort. Barclayanthus salicifolius, a yellow-flowered bush native to Central America, Mexico, and the southwest U.S. Willow tit. A passerine bird of the tit family Poecilomontanus. Willow tits. Plural of willow tit. Willow tree. A tree of the genus Alex. Willow trees. Plural of willow tree. Willow warbler. Phylliscopus trochilus, common species of Eurasian leaf warbler. Willow warblers. Plural of willow. A warbler. Willow wren. The willow warbler Phylliscopus trochilus. Willow wrens. Plural of willow wren. Willow-leaved Justicia, the evergreen shrub Justicia generosa. Willow-weed, a European species of Lucistrife Lysimachia vulgaris. Willow-weeds, plural of willow-weed. Willowwort, alternative form of willowwort. Willowworts, plural of willowwort. Willowbrook, a census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Willowdale, a number of places in Canada. Willowed. Full of willow trees. Willer, a machine for cleaning wool, etc. A willowing machine. Willers, plural of willower. Willow flies, plural of willow fly. Willow fly, any of a number of species of stoneflies in the Omopteryx genus. Willow her, any of several flowering plants in the genus Epilobium of the family Onagraceae. Willow herbs, plural of willow herb. Willower, comparative form of willowy, more willowy. Willowiest, superlative form of willowy, most willowy. Willowy, in a willowy manner. Willowiness, the state or quality of being willowy. Willowy, present participle and gerund of willow. Willowish, resembling a willow, willowy. Willowous, without willow trees. Willow-like. Resembling or characteristic of a willow tree. Willows, a rural locality in the Central Highlands region, Queensland, Australia. Willows in the wind, plural of willow in the wind. Willow tree, alternative form of willow tree. Willow trees, plural of willow tree. Willowware, articles made from willow. Willowwort, any plant of the willow family. Salicaceae. Willowworts, plural of willowwort. Willowy, resembling a willow. Willax, a surname. Willpower, the unwavering strength of will to carry. Out one's wishes. Willdowers, plural of willpower. Wells, a surname originating as a patronymic, meaning son. Sanch, daughter of Will. Wills on, third person singular simple present indicative of will on. Welty, a surname. Welties, plural of Wilsey. Wilver, a surname. Wiltars, plural of Wilshaw. Willier, a surname. Wilsey, a surname. Wilhelm, alternative form of Wilsum. Wilson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wes, archaic second person singular simple present indicative of will alternative form of wilt. Wilsey, a nickname of the surname Will. Wolutionism, the neuroscientific view that free will is an illusion. Wolusionists, a proponent of Wolusionism. Wolusionists, plural of Wolusionists. Will a surname from German. Wilworth, plural of Wilward. Willie, a male given name, diminutive of William. Willy-nilly, alternative form of willy-nilly. Willy Pete, white phosphorus. Willy Wagtail, alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail. Tails, plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail, alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail. Alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail. Tails, plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtails, plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail. Alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail. Alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtails. Plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtails, plural. Of Willy Wagtail. Willy Warmer, a woolen novelty garment designed to cover the penis. Willy Warmers. Plural of Willy Warmer. Willy Wellies, plural of Willy. Willy. Willy Willy, a whirlwind, cyclone or tornado. A dust devil. Willy Wicks, alternative form of Billy. Wicks. Willy-nilly, whether desired or not, without regard for consequences or wishes of those affected, whether willingly or unwillingly. Willy Wagtail, alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtails, plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail, alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtail, alternative form of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtails, plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Wagtails, plural of Willy Wagtail. Willy Warmer, alternative form of Willy Warmer. Willy Wellies, plural of Willy Billy. Willy Welly. Alternative spelling of Willy Willy. Willy. Pronunciation spelling of will plus you. Willy. An isometric tetratotal mineral containing antimony, cobalt, nickel, and sulfur. Willett, a surname. Williard, a surname. Williards, plural of Williard. Willier. One who operates a device for willying. Williers, plural of Willier. Willy, present participle and gerund of willy. Willies, plural of willy. Willy wagtail, alternative form of willy wagtail. Willy wagtails. Plural of willy wagtail. Willy wag, alternative. Form of willywaw. Willywaws, plural of willywaw. Willa, a female given name from the Germanic languages, a contraction of Wilhelmina. Wilma, a surname. Wilmar, a surname. Wilmarths, plural of Wilmar. Wilmcote, a village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon district, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1658. Wilwer, a male given name. Wilmerding, a surname. Wilders. Plural of Wilmer. Wilmersdorf, a neighborhood of Charlottenburg. Surname. Wilmess, plural of Wilmette. Wilmette, a village in New Trier Township, Cook County, Illinois, United States. Wilmington, a place in England. Wilmette, a village in New Trier Township, Cook County, Illinois, United States. Wilmington, a place in England. Wilmingtonian, of or relating to Wilmington, Delaware. Wilmingtonians, plural of Wilmingtonian. Wilmar, a surname. Wilmars, plural of Wilmore. Wilmorton, a southeastern suburb of Derby, Derbyshire. England. OS Grid Ref SK 3734. Wilmot, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilmot. A surname. Wilmots, plural of Wilmot. Wilmot, a surname originating as a patronymic. Wilms, a surname. Wilms tumor, nephroblastoma. Wilms tumors, plural of Wilms tumor. Wilms tumor, alternative form of Wilms tumor. Wilms tumor, alternative form of Wilms tumor. Wilms tumor, alternative form of Wilms tumor. Wilgerst, a surname. Wilmslow, a town and civil parish with a town council in Cheshire East Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8481. Well, to wish, desire. Willet, a town. In New York. Wilnecote, a suburban village in Tamworth Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2201. Wilder, a surname. Wilders. Plural of Wilner. Wiltshire, a village and civil parish in Ribble Valley Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6000. 832. Wilson, a surname. Welsey, a surname. Welties, plural of Welsey. Welsford, a village and civil parish in North Kesteven District. Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 0043. Wilsford cum Lake, a civil parish in Wiltshire, England, containing the settlements of Wilsford, Normanton, and Lake. Willier, a surname. Willier, a surname. Wilshire Center, a neighborhood in Los Angeles, California, United States, located to the west of downtown. Wilthar, willful, obstinate. Stubborn. Wilsomely, in a wilsome manner. Wilsomeness, the quality of being wilsome. Wilson, an English, Scottish, and Northern Irish surname originating as a patronymic. Wilson Chamber, Cloud Chamber. Wilson Chamber. A transient condensation cloud surrounding large explosions in humid air. A transient condensation cloud surrounding large explosions in humid air. Wilson clouds, plural of Wilson cloud. Wilson County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Fredonia, named after Hiram T. Wilson. Wilson cycle, a process by which oceans form and close in turns along sutures. Wilson doctrine, the convention in the United Kingdom that restricts the police and intelligence services from tapping the telephones of members of the House of Commons and House of Lords. Wilson Island. Synonym of Duff Islands. Wilson Loop, a gauge invariant observable obtained from the holonomy of the gauge connection around a given loop. Wilson loops, plural of Wilson loop. Wilson score interval, an improvement over the normal binomial approximation interval and that the actual coverage probability is closer to the nominal value. Wilson score intervals. Plural of Wilson score interval. Wilson's bird of paradise. Develops Publica, a passerine bird of the family Paradisidae. Wilson's disease, an autosomal recessive genetic disorder in which copper accumulates in tissues, resulting in neurological or psychiatric symptoms and liver disease. Wilson's filmy fern, Hymenophyllum wilsonii, a fern in the family Hymenophyllaceae, the filmy ferns. Wilson's lichen, the disease lichen planus. Wilson's petrel, Wilson's storm petrel. Wilson's petrels, plural of Wilson's petrel. Wilson's phalarope, Phalaropus tricolor, a small wading bird. Wilson's phalaropes, plural of Wilson's phalarope. Wilson's plover, Charadria. Wilsonia, a small coastal wading bird. Wilson's snipe. Gallinago delicata, a small, stocky shorebird. Wilson's storm petrel, a small seabird of species Oceanites oceanicus in the storm petrel family Oceanidae, breeding on the Antarctic coastlines and nearby islands such as the South Shetland Islands. Wilson's storm petrels, plural of Wilson's storm petrel. Wilson's thrush, synonym of veery. Wilson's warbler. The New World warbler Cardellina pusilla. Wilson-Bapu effect. The correlation between the measured width of the calcium Roman 2K emission line and the absolute visual magnitude of a star. Wilson-Mickey syndrome, a form of chronic lung disease in premature infants, leading to respiratory distress. Wilson-Turner syndrome, a congenital disorder characterized by intellectual disability and associated with childhood-onset obesity. Wilsonia, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Wilsonia, of relating to U.S. politician Woodrow Wilson or his policies. Wilsonianism, an approach to foreign policy typical of U.S. President Woodrow Wilson, characterized by the spread of capitalist democracy and an emphasis on openness, conflict resolution, and the self-determination of peoples. Wilsonism, alternative form of Wilsonianism. Wilsonists, a proponent of Wilsonianism style of foreign policy. Wilsonists, plural of Wilsonists. Wilsons, plural of Wilson. Wilson Town, a small village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 9000. Welsted, a village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL06. Welsthorpe, a place in England. Welstrop, a civil parish served by Tockwith with Welstrop Parish Council and site of a medieval village in Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 4855. What? A surname. Wiltable, capable of wilting. Wilted, drooping, typically due to lack of water. Wiltedness, quality of being wilted. Wilter, something that wilts or causes wilting. Wilders, plural of wilter. Welchen, a surname from Dutch. Welton, plural of Wiltgen. Wilte, present participle. And gerund of wilt. Wiltingly, in a wilting manner. Wiltings, plural of wilting. Welte, a semicircular aboriginal dwelling, intended as a temporary shelter from the heat of the sun. Weltjaz, plural of Wiltjaz. Welton, a number of places in England. Weltons, plural of Wilton. Weftu, resistant to wilting. Wilchats, a surname. Wilchats, plural of Wilchat. What's abbreviation of Wiltshire. Welty, a surname from Dutch. Welties, plural of Wiltsey. Wiltshire, an inland county of England bordered by Gloucestershire, Somerset, Dorset, Oxfordshire, Hampshire and Berkshire. Wiltshire cure, a traditional English technique for curing bacon and ham, originally by applying dry salt and more recently by soaking in brine. Wiltshire cures, plural of Wiltshire cure. Wiltshireite, synonym of Rathite. Welty, a surname from Dutch. Welties, plural of Wiltsey. Welty, acronym of Would I Lie to You? Dame shout. Oh. Welty, tending to wilt. Wilt. A surname. Weltis, plural of wilts. Willywite, a dark green, brownish, or black blocky silicate mineral. A small town and local government area, the Shire of Wiluna in the Goldfields Esperance region, Western Australia, previously in Midwest region, until 2021. Wiluna, a city of the late Bronze Age Asua Confederation of Western Anatolia. Wilsons, plural of Wilson. Wily, sly, cunning, full of tricks. Wily beguilies. Cunning, full of tricks. Wily beguilies, plural of wily beguile. Wily beguile, someone who is caught by their own trickery, a person that becomes trapped by their own craftiness. Well, initialism of woman international master. Well, initialism of warm ionized medium. Well, man. Surname. WiMAX. Worldwide interoperability for microwave access, a telecommunications technology providing wireless data, voice, and video over long distances. Wimberley. A surname. Wimberleys, plural of Wimberley. Wimberley. A surname. Wimberleys, plural of Wimberley. Wimberries, plural of Wimberry. Wimberry. Alternative form of Wimberry. Wimby, Bulwish Mill. Alusine Coracana. Wimbish, a surname. Wimbish is, plural of Wimbish. Winwell. A surname. Wimbold, simple past and past participle of Wimble. Wimbledon, a suburban town and the principal business area in the borough of Merton, Greater London. Wimbolds. Plural of Wimble. Wimbledon, a surname. Wimbleware, the Wimbledon to Edgware Road service on the London Underground's District line. Wembley, a surname. Wembley. Plural of Wembley. Wembley, present participle. And gerund of Wimble. Wimblington, a village and civil parish served by Wimblington and Stonia Parish Council in Fenland District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 4192. Wimbo, Wimbledon the tennis tournament. Wimboldsleigh, a small village in Stanporn and Wimboldsleigh Parish, Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6863. Wimborne, the short form of Wimborne Minster, a town in Dorset, England. Wimborne Minster, a market town in Dorset, England, often known as just Wimborne. Wimbrel, alternative form of Wimbrel. Wimbrel. Plural of Wimborough. Wimbush, a surname. Wimbushes, plural of Wimbush. Wire, informal spelling of women. Wire, a surname. Wires, plural of Weimer. Wyax, alternative form of WWNCCS. Witte, alternative form of Wimmick. Women, I dialects. Spelling of women. What? With me? Wimmo book. A picture book containing large drawings of detailed scenes full of people, animals, and objects. Wimmo books. Plural of Wimmo book. Women. I dialect spelling of women. Wimmera, a region of the Australian state of Victoria. Women, to cry or whimper. Women, simple past and past participle of women. Wimmicking, present participle and gerund of wimmick. Wimmicks, third person singular simple present indicative of wimmick. Women, I dialect spelling of women. Womenfolk, I dialect spelling of womenfolk. Women, feminist spelling of women. Well, acronym of weakly interacting massive particle. Well, someone who lacks confidence or courage is weak, ineffectual, irresolute, and wishy-washy. Wimp out, to back out of something because of cowardice. Went, simple past and past participle of win. Wimped out, simple past and past participle of wimp out. Wendy, a surname. Wimpies, plural of wimpy. Wimber, misspelled. Spelling of whimper. Whimper, in Gothic architecture, a whimpered is a gable like crowning over portals and windows and is also called an ornamental gable. Whimbers, plural of whimper. Wimpy, comparative form of wimpy, more wimpy. Wimpiest, superlative form of wimpy, most wimpy. Wimp, in a wimpy manner. Wimpiness, the state or condition of being wimpy. Wimpe, present participle and gerund of whim. Wimping out, present participle and gerund of whim. wimp out. Wimpish, characteristic of a wimp. Wimpishly, in a wimpish manner. Wimpishness, the state or quality of being wimpish. Wimple, a surname. Wimple, wearing a wimple. Wimpleless, without a wimple. Wimple-like, resembling or characteristic of a wimple. Wimples, plural of wimple. Wimp-like, wimpy. Wimpling, present participle and gerund of wimple. Wimplings, plural of wimpling. Wimpling. A wimp. Wimpides, plural of wimpway. Well, plural of wimp. Whims, plural of wimp. Wimps out, third person singular simple present indicative of wimp out. Wimby, having the characteristics of a wimp, feeble, indecisive, cowardly. Wimpzilla. Alternative form of Wimpzilla. Wimpzilla, a theoretical super-heavy dark matter particle, trillions of times more massive than other proposed types of dark matter. Wimpzillas, plural of Wimpzilla. Wimpzillas, plural of Wimpzilla. Well, plural of WIM. Wentat, a surname. Wentats, plural of Wimsat. Wimshurst machine, an electrostatic generator with two large contra-rotating discs mounted in a vertical plane, two crossed bars with metallic brushes, and a spark gap formed by two metal spheres. Wimshurst machines, plural of Wimshurst machine. What? Initialism of whip inflation now, a 1974 U.S. political slogan. What? To conquer, defeat. Win around. To persuade someone who disagrees to agree with one's own point of view. Win bad. To win something that one has previously lost. Win big. To win easily or by large margin. Win by a nose. To win by a small margin. To have a narrow victory. Win lie a lore. Grudging admission of defeat. In an argument. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Alternative. Form of what wins on Sunday sells on Monday. Win one for the gibber. To do something in memory of another person. Win one spurs. To achieve recognition. Win or lose, regardless of success or failure. Win out. To be victorious, you usually of emotions and human qualities. Win over. To persuade someone, gain someone's support, or make someone understand the truth or validity of something. Win round. To persuade or convince someone who does not initially agree. Win some, lose some. Alternative form of you win some, you lose some. Win someone's heart. To gain the love or affection of someone. Win the battle, but lose the war. To achieve a portion of a goal. But fail to achieve the entire goal. Win the day. To gain complete victory or success over something or someone. Win the lottery. To experience an extraordinary or highly fortunate event. Win through. To attain one's goal in the end, despite obstacles along the way. Win up. To get back on one's feet. Win-win. That benefits both or all parties, or that has two distinct benefits. Win 10. Abbreviation of Windows 10. Win 11. Abbreviation of Windows 11. Win 16. Abbreviation of Microsoft Windows 16-bit. Win 2000. Abbreviation of Windows 2000. Win 32. Abbreviation of Microsoft Windows 32-bit. Win 64. Abbreviation of Microsoft Windows 64-bit. Win 7. Abbreviation of Windows 7. Win 8. Abbreviation of Windows 8. Wineability. Alternative form of winnability. Winearmal. Alternative form of winnable. Wenel. A period of 20 days in the Mesoamerican long count calendar. Wennels. Plural of Winnel. Winnemac. A town in Monroe Township, the county seat of Pulaski County, Indiana, United States. Winans, a surname. Winberg, a surname. Winbergs, plural of Winberg. Winberries, plural of Winberry. Winary. A surname. Winaries, plural of Winberry. Windless, the Microsoft Windows operating system. Winbor. A surname. Winbor, a surname. Windborns. Plural of windborn. Windborns. Plural. Of windborn. Winburn. A surname. Wimburns. Plural of windburn. Windbush. A surname. Windbushes. Plural of windbush. Windy. A surname. Wait. University of Winchester, used especially following postnominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Wingenton, a town and civil parish with a town council in South Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 7128. Wayne Carney's, a spiced British tonic wine, popular in Jamaica and some other former British colonies. Wens, a surname. Wensay, a small village in Lusby with Winseby Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 3268. Once, simple past and past participle of whence. Whenser, someone. Who wences. Wensers, plural of wenser. Wences, plural of wens. Wences, the incestuous ship of the fictional brothers Dean and Sam Winchester from the television series Supernatural. Winsuary, causing one to wince with embarrassment, cringy-worthy. Wense, Lency Wolsey. Wensate, a soft cotton flannelette material with a raised brushed surface, a nap on both sides. Wensate, plural of Wensate. Wensies, plural of Wensey. Which, a surname from Old English. Winchable, capable of being winched. Wincham, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6775. Winchat, archaic form of winchat. Winchats, plural of winchat. Winchburg, a village in West Lothian Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Area NT 0874. Winchurn, a town and civil parish with a town council in Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0228. Winch, simple past and past participle of winch. Winchell, a surname. Winchell, a surname. Winchelles, the writing and speaking style of Walter Winchell. Winchell is a word coined by Walter Winchell. Winchelisms. Plural of Winchelism. Winchout. Plural of winchout. Winchels. Plural of Winchell. Winchelsea. A village, historically a town in Eicklesham Parish, Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9017. Wincher. One who winches. Winchers. Plural of wincher. Winches. Plural of winch. Winchester. A city in and the county town of Hampshire, England. Winchester Bay. A census-designated place in Douglas County, Oregon. United States. Winchester bushel. A measure of dry and liquid volume equal to 35.24 liters used in US and Canada, originating in England and one of the units of Winchester measure. Vu. Winchester bushels. Plural of Winchester bushel. Winchester disc. A hard disc. Winchester. Discs. Plural of Winchester disc. Winchester gallon. A unit of volume equal to 2 Winchester quarts, equal to 4 quarts, or around 4.55 liters. Winchester gallons. Plural of Winchester gallon. Winchester measure. Units used for the measurement of dry and liquid volumes, the standards for which were originally deposited at Winchester, England. The Winchester bushel is still used in the US. Winchester measures. Plural of Winchester measure. Winchester quart. A unit of volume equal to half a Winchester gallon, equal to 2 quarts or 2.273 liters. Winchester quarts. Plural of Winchester quart. Winchesters. Plural of Winchester. Winchfield. A small village and civil parish in Hart District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7654. Winchy. Present participle and gerund of winch. Winchings. Plural of winching. Winchite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Winchlice. Without a winch. Winchline. The line of a winch. Winchlines. Plural of winchline. Winchlen. A man who operates a winch. Winchman. Plural of winchmen. Winchmore Hill. A village in Chiltern District. Buckinghamshire OS Grid Ref SU 9395. Wincing. Present participle and gerund of winds. Winsomely. While wincing. Wincings. Plural of wincing. Winkler. A surname. Winklers. Plural of winkler. Winkworth. A surname. Winkers. Plural of Winkworth. Winkebeck, a suburb of Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3891. Winkapep, the pimpernel flower, Anagallis arvensis. Winkapeps, plural of winkapipe. Winzet, alternative form of winsate. Winzets, plural. Of winsat. One, a surname. Wind around one's little finger. Alternative form of wrap around one's little finger. Wind at one's back. Forward momentum, a boost in one's prospects for success due to favorable events or circumstances. Wind back. To wind a tape, cassette, or film, etc. toward the beginning. To rewind. Wind back the clock. To return in time to an earlier period of history. Wind band. A musical group consisting solely of woodwind and brass instruments. Wind band. Plural of wind band. Wind blocker. Alternative. Form of wind blocker. Wind blockers. Plural of wind blocker. Windbreak. Alternative form of windbreak. Windbreaker. Alternative form of windbreaker. Windbreakers. Plural of windbreaker. Wind breaks. Plural of windbreak. Withal. Synonym of sky burial. Withals. Plural of wind burial. Windcap. Alternative form of windcap. Windcaps. Plural of windcap. Windcatcher. Alternative form of windcatcher. Wind. Catchers. Plural of wind catcher. Wind cave. A breathing cave in western South Dakota, United States, designated a national park and notable for its boxwood. Wind chill. The cooling effect of wind. especially on the human body, which causes the feels-like temperature to be lower than the thermometer temperature. Wind chills, plural of wind chill. Wind chime, a set of decorative metallic or wooden tubular bells that sound when blown by the wind. Wind chimes, a chime constructed from tubes, rods, bells, etc. made of wood, glass, metal or ceramic, suspended outside a building in such a way that they tinkle pleasantly when moved by the wind. Wind chop, rough, choppy waves caused by strong winds. Wind cone, synonym of windsock. Wind cones, plural of wind cone. Wind deflector, synonym of wind blocker. Wind deflectors, plural of wind deflector. Wind direction, the direction from which the wind comes. Wind directions, plural of wind direction. Wind down, to lower by winding, as with a crank or windlass. Wind dropsy, synonym of hoof disease in cattle. Wind egg, an egg that is somehow lacking, for example, lacking the yolk or the shell. Wind eggs, plural of wind. Egg. Wind energy, energy of a wind. Wind engine, a wind-driven machine. Wind turbine, windmill, wind generator. Wind engines, plural of wind. Wind engine. Wind farm, a collection of wind turbines, especially a large-scale array used to generate electricity. Wind farmer, someone who owns or manages a wind farm. Wind farmers, plural of wind farmer. Wind farm. Plural of wind farm. Wind force, the strength of the wind. The Beaufort scale was devised to classify wind forces of various strengths. Wind forces, plural of wind force. Wind gap, a dry valley once occupied by a stream or river, since captured by another stream, often forming a gap in a range of hills or mountains. Wind gaps, plural of wind gap. Wind gauge, an anemometer. Wind gauges. Plural of wind gauge. Wind generator, a wind-driven generator working on the same principle as a wind turbine but usually on a smaller scale, used for example for charging batteries on sailing boats. Wind generators, plural of wind generator. Wind heart, wind hat. Wind hearts, plural of wind. Alternative spelling of windhold. Wind holds, plural of wind hold. Wind horse, an allegory for the human soul in the shamanistic tradition of East and Central Asia. Wind instrument, any musical instrument that produces sound when air flows through it. Wind instrumentalist, someone who plays a wind instrument. Wind instrumentalists, plural of wind instrumentalists. Wind instruments, plural of wind instrument. Wind load, the degree of impact of wind on a built structure such as a bridge. Wind loads. Plural of wind load. Wind machine, an electrically driven fan for generating currents of air during the production of films, etc. Wind machines, plural of wind machine. Windmill, rare spelling of windmill. Windmills. Plural of windmill. Wind moon, a full moon in April. Wind moons, plural of wind moon. Wind of a ball, the condition where a round shot causes internal injury or concussion as it passes without actually striking the victim. Wind off, to unwind, unspool, or unreel something. Wind one's neck in, to stop talking or arguing, shut up. Wind pack, alternative form of wind pack. Wind park, synonym of wind farm. Wind parks, plural of wind park. Wind power, power of the wind. Wind power plant, synonym of wind farm. Wind power plants, plural of wind power plant. Wind power station, synonym of wind farm. Wind power stations, plural of wind power station. Wind river, a river in the Yukon, Canada. Wind river mountains, synonym of wind river range. Wind river range, a mountain range in Wyoming. Wind road, an underground route for ventilation in a mine. Wind roads. Plural of wind road. Wind rose, a diagram in which the speed and direction of the winds at a particular location are represented by lines of varying thickness and length superimposed on a compass rose. Wind roses, plural of wind rose. Wind scale, a measurement scale for wind speed. Wind scales, plural. Plural of wind scale. Wind scorpion. Any of numerous species of arachnids in order Solifugi. Wind scorpions. Plural. Of wind scorpion. Wind shadow. An area which experiences lower winds due to being downwind from an obstacle such as a hill, building, tree line, mountain, wind turbine, etc. Wind shadows. Plural of wind shadow. Wind shake. Alternative form of wind shake. Wind shear. Variation in wind speed or direction over a short spatial distance. Wind shears. Plural of wind shear. Wind shield. Alternative form of windshield. Wind shields. Plural of wind shield. Wind shift. A change in the direction of the wind. Wind sleeve. Synonym of windsock. Wind sleeves. Plural of wind sleeve. Wind sock. Alternative form of windsock. Wind socks. Plural of windsock. Wind speed. The local speed of the wind. Wind speeds. Plural of wind. Wind speed. Wind spring. A sprinting exercise intended to increase the lung capacity. Wind sprints. Plural of wind sprint. Wind storm. Alternative spelling of wind. Wind storm. Wind storms. Plural of wind storm. Wind stream. A stream or current of air. Wind streams. Plural of wind stream. Wind strength. Alternative form of wind strength. Wind strengths. Plural of wind strength. Wind swell. Waves generated by local winds. Wind swells. Plural of wind swell. Wind theft. The act of unintentionally or strategically blocking another's access to clean wind as by creating a wind shadow. Wind thrum. Synonym of Helmholtz resonance. Wind tower. Synonym of wind catcher. Wind towers. Plural of wind. Tower. Wind tunnel. A test facility through which air is forced in a controlled manner so as to study the effects of flow around airfoils, aircraft. Motor cars, etc. Wind tunnel testing. The application of a rigorous testing regime to a new corporate idea, structure, or project to see if it is viable and fit for purpose. Wind tunnels. Plural of wind tunnel. Wind turbine. A device for converting wind power into electricity. Wind turbines. Plural of wind turbine. Wind up. Alternative form of wind up. Wind up one's bottoms to finish a job. Wind ups. Plural of wind up. Wind vane. A vane turned by the wind, a weather vane. Wind vanes. Plural of wind vane. Windard. Pronunciation spelling. Of windward. Wind bell. A bell typically hung outdoors or in a window or door frame that sounds when blown by the wind. Wind bells. Plural of wind bell. Wind blown. Alternative spelling of wind blown. Wind board. Alternative spelling of windboard. Wind boards. Plural of wind board. Windborne. Alternative form of windborne. Windbreak. Alternative spelling of windbreak. Wind breaking. Present participle and gerund of windbreak. Wind breaks. Third person singular simple present indicative of windbreak. Wind broke. Simple past of windbreak. Wind broken. Past participle of windbreak. Wind shell. Alternative form of wind chill. Wind cloud. A cloud that is associated with wind or is believed to presage windy weather. Wind clouds. Plural of wind cloud. Wind dry. Simple past and past participle of wind dry. Wind dries. Third person singular simple present indicative of wind dry. Wind driven. Occurring with the presence of a wind, although a rotary wind driven ventilator on a vehicle can also be activated by movement of the vehicle. Wind dry. To subject to a process of using wind in order to dry something. Wind drying. Present participle of wind dry. Wind egg. Alternative form of wind egg. Wind eggs. Plural of wind egg. Wind grass. Any of a number of grasses. Wind grasses. Plural of wind grass. Wind hole. Alternative spelling of windhole. Wind holds. Plural of wind hole. Windlash. Subject to violent gusts of wind. Windmill. Archaic spelling of windmill. Windmills, plural of windmill. Windproof, alternative form of windproof. Windrow, caused to ride or drive by the wind in opposition to the course of the tide, said of a vessel lying at anchor, with wind and tide opposed to each other. Windstream, alternative form of windstream. Windstreams, plural of windstream. Windsucker, alternative form of windsucker. Windsuckers, plural of windsucker, alternative form of windsuckers. Windswept, alternative form of windswept. Wind up, the end. Or conclusion of something. Wind-up merchant, one who enjoys winding others up in the sense of making fun of them or playing practical jokes. Wind-up merchants, plural of wind-up merchant. Wind-up radio, a portable radio which can operate where no external power source is available and is activated by a winding mechanism. Wind-up radios, plural of wind-up radio. Wind-up toy. An automaton toy powered by a clockwork motor. Wind-up toys, plural of wind-up toy. Wind-ups, plural of wind-up. Windwitch, synonym of tumbleweed, loose plant. Driven by the wind. Wind witches, plural of wind witch. Window, pronunciation spelling of window. Windable, capable of being wound. Wendag, a grappling iron used to bend a crossbow. Wendax, plural of windac. Windage, drag on the crankshaft caused by oil splashing out of the sump when rotating at high speeds. Windages, plural of windage. Windigo, alternative form of Wendigo. Wendigos, plural of Wendigo. Wendigos, plural of Wendigo. Wendig, plural of winda. Windbag, bellows for an organ. Windbag, simple past and past participle of windbag. Windigger, the behavior of a windbag, excessive or pompous speech blather. Windbagging, present participle and gerund of windbag. Windbag, characteristic of a windbag, someone who talks excessively or pompously, tedious, long-winded. Windbags, plural of windbag. Wind ball. A tumbleweed. Wind ball cricket. An informal variant of cricket played with a soft plastic ball. Wind balls. Plural of wind ball. Wind beaten. Blasted or buffeted by the wind. Wind owl. Synonym of wind chime. Wind owls. Plural of wind owl. Windberries. Plural of windberry. Windberry. Alternative form of windberry. Window. A signed agreement to act as guarantor for another's death. Windmills. Plural of windmill. Wind is blown out of shape by the prevailing winds. Wind blast. A sudden rush of air or gas, often such a blast due to the collapse of a void, especially in mining. Wind blasts. Plural of wind blast. Wind blocker. An aerodynamic accessory to reduce wind and wind noise for occupants of a moving vehicle. Wind blockers. Plural of wind blocker. Wind blown. Growing in a distorted shape produced by the prevailing winds. Windboard. A snowboard or surfboard with an attached sail. Windboards. Plural of windboard. Windboard. The lower or bottom pipe in a lift of pumps in the mine. Windbowers. Plural of windboard. Windboard. Carried by the wind. Wind down. Unable to sail because of high winds or of onshore winds. Windbreak. A hedge, fence, or row of trees positioned to reduce wind damage to crops. Windbreak. Furnished with a windbreak. Windbreaker. A thin outer coat designed to resist wind chill and light rain. Windbreaker. Wearing a windbreaker. Windbreakers. Plural of windbreaker. Windbreaking. Serving as a windbreak. Windbreaks. Plural of windbreak. Windburn. An irritation of the skin caused by exposure to the wind. Windburn. Of people or body parts suffering from windburn. Windburn. Plural of windburn. Windvert. Alternative form of windburn. Wind tap. A covering for the reed in an instrument, limiting the range of playable notes and preventing overblowing. Wind tapped. Having a wind cap. Windcaps, plural of windcap. Windcatcher, a traditional Persian architectural element for creating natural ventilation in buildings. Windcatchers, plural of windcatcher. Windchapped, affected by windburn. Windcheater, a heavy weatherproof jacket. Windcheater, wearing a windcheater. Windcheaters. Plural of windcheater. Windkiss, a chest or reservoir of wind in an organ. Windchests, plural of windchests. Windchill, alternative form of wind chill. Windchiller, subjected to wind chill. Windchills, plural of windchill. Windchime, alternative form of wind chimes. Wind chimes, plural of wind chime. Windcaffer, the common kestrel. Windcaffers, plural of windcaffer. Winddown, the process of winding something down. Winddowns, plural of winddown. Wind, obsolete spelling of wind. Windy. A surname. Wendeats, plural of windeat. Wended, simple past and past participle of wind. Winded off, simple past and past participle of wind off. Windedly, while winded or out of breath. Windedness, the state of being winded, the temporary inability to breathe. Window, a surname. Windows, plural of window. Whiner, a surname originating as an occupation. Winder, simple past and past participle of winder. Windering, present participle and gerund of winder. Windermere, a lake in Cumbria, England, formerly divided between Lancashire and Westmoreland. Windermere and Bowness, a civil parish with a town council in Westmoreland and Furness District, Cumbria, England. Winders, plural of winder. Wends, plural of wind. Windeshemer, a member of the congregation of Windesheim, a branch of the Augustinians. Windeshemers, plural of Windeshemer. Windes, second person singular simple present indicative of wind. Winde, third person singular simple present indicative of wind. Wendex, a window cleaner containing detergent and ammonia. Windex, simple past and past participle of Windex. Windexes, third person singular simple present indicative of Windex. Windexing, present participle and gerund of Windex. Windfall, something that has been blown down by the wind. Windfall tax, ellipsis of windfall profits tax, a higher tax rate on profits from sudden gains profiteering in certain industries. Windfall taxes, plural of windfall tax. Windfallen, blown down by the wind. Windfalls. Plural of windfall. Wind farm, alternative spelling of wind farm. Wind farming, the generation of electricity by means of an array of wind turbines. Wind farms. Plural of wind farm. Wind flaw, a sudden, strong current of wind flaw. Wind flaws, plural of wind flaw. Windflower, synonym of wood anemone, amorosa. Windflowers, plural of windflower. Windfucker, the common kestrel falco tununculus. Windfuckers, plural of windfucker. Windfall. Full of wind. Windfalls, plural of windfall. Windgall, a puffy, typically fluid-filled sac located just above the fetlock joint on a horse, generally appearing on old or poorly kept horses. Window, having a windgall. Windvalves, plural of windball. Wind at, alternative form of wind gap. Wind apps, plural of wind app. Windgrass, a common slender, upright, tufted, light to yellow-green, annual or short-lived perennial grass up to 700 mm tall, often found as an urban weed, especially in wasteland around puddles and in muddy ground, or around lakes and fringing ponds, streams, and on wetland margins and coastal areas. Windgrasses, plural of windgrass. Windass, a short, often sudden gust of wind. Windass, plural of windgass. Windham, a town in Windham County, Vermont. United States. Windham County, one of 8 counties in Connecticut, United States. There is no county seat, and the largest town is Windham. Windams, plural of Windham. Window, a suburb of Mexborough, Metropolitan Borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4800. Window, a city, the capital city of Namibia. Windhoek, a state in which ski lifts must stop running due to extremely windy conditions. Windhoes, plural of Windhole. Windhorst, a surname. Windhorsts, plural of Windhorse. Windhover, the common kestrel falco tununculus. Windhovers, plural of Windhover. Wendian, a West Indian, a person from the West Indies. Wendians, plural of Wendian. Wendy. A female given name. Widdy, comparative form of windy, more windy. Wendy's, the West Indies. Windiest, superlative form of windy, most windy. Windigo, alternative spelling of Wendigo. Wendigos. Plural of Wendigo. Wendigod, plural of Wendigo. Wendigos, plural of Wendigo, alternative spelling of Wendigos. Windilly, in a manner of or like the wind. Windin, pronunciation spelling of winding. Windiness, the state of being windy, the state of being wind. Windinesses, plural of windiness. Winding. A surname from Danish. Winding back, present participle and gerund of wind back. Winding back the clock, present participle and gerund of wind back the clock. Winding cloth, a bale. Shroud. Winding cloths, plural of winding cloth. Winding down, present participle and gerund of wind down. Winding engine, a stationary engine used to control a cable, for example to power a mining hoist at a pit head. Winding engines, plural of winding engine. Winding hole, a widened area of a canal used for turning a boat. Winding holes, plural of winding hole. Winding number, the total number of times a given curve travels counterclockwise around a specified point. Winding numbers, plural of winding number. Winding off, present participle and gerund of wind off. Winding sheet, A burial shroud. Winding sheets. Plural of winding sheet. Winding tower. Head. Friend. Winding towers. Plural of winding tower. Winding up. Present participle and gerund of wind up. Winding up one's bottom. Present participle and gerund of wind up one's bottom. Winding sheet. Dated form of winding sheet. Winding sheets. Plural of winding sheet. Winding up. The situation where a company is wound up goes into liquidation, or when a partnership is dissolved. Windingly. With a winding motion or pattern. Windingness. The quality of being winding, twisting, turning are sinuous. Windings. Plural of wind. Windings up. Plural of winding up. Wirdisch. A surname from German. Wirdisch. A surname from German. Windisches. Plural of windish. Windjab. The cell. Windjab. Simple past and past participle of windjam. Windjammer. One who plays a wind instrument, especially a bugler in the army. Windjammers. Plural of windjammer. Windjamming. Sailing a windjammer. Windjams. Third person singular simple present indicative. Of windjam. Wind canter. Synonym of ventifact. Wind canters. Plural of wind canter. Wind castle. A model that accounts for the shape of the arterial blood pressure waveform in terms of the interaction between the stroke volume and the compliance of the aorta and large elastic arteries, Windkessel vessels, and the resistance of the smaller arteries and arterioles. Wind castles. Plural of wind castle. Windlass. Obsolete form of windlass. Windlasses. Plural of windlass. Windlash. Alternative spelling of windlash. Windlass. Any of various forms of winch in which a rope or cable is wound around a cylinder used for lifting heavy weights. Windlass. Simple past and past participle of windlass. Windlasser. A person who operates. It's a windlass. Windlassers. Plural of windlasser. Windlasses. Plural of windlass. Windlassing. Present participle and gerund of windlass. Wendell. A surname. Wendell. Simple past and past participle of Windle. Windles, plural of Windle. Windlesham, a village and civil parish in Surrey Heath Borough, Surrey, England. OS grid ref SU 9363. Windless, devoid of wind, calm. Windlesses, plural of windless. Windlessly, without any wind. Windlessness, absence of wind. Windlestree, alternative form of windlestraw. Windlestrees, plural of windlestree. Windlestraw, a grass used for making ropes or for plaiting, especially Apra speak eventi. Windlestraws, plural of windlestraw. Windley, a surname. Windlays, plural of windley. Windlike, resembling or characteristic of wind. Windline, present participle and gerund of windle. Windlings, plural of windling. Windload, alternative form of windload. Windloads, plural of windload. Windmeter, an instrument for measuring and recording the speed of the wind. Windmeter. Plural of wind meter. Windmill, a machine which translates linear motion of wind to rotational motion by means of adjustable vanes called sails. Windmill graph, the undirected graph WDKN constructed for k greater or equal to 2 and n greater or equal to 2 by joining n copies of the complete graph kk at a shared universal vertex. Windmill grass, plural of windmill graph. Windmill grass, Flores truncata, a clumping grass of Australia, or, when modified, any grass in the genus Flores. Windmill Islands, an Antarctic group of rocky islands paralleling the coast of Wilf's Land immediately north of Vanderford Glacier along the east side of Vincent's Bay. Windmill Ping, common catchfly Silene gallica. Windmill Restart, a restart of a jet engine using the kinetic energy of the aircraft. Windmill Restarts, plural of windmill restart. Window, simple past and past participle of windmill. Windmiller, the miller who manages a windmill. Windmillers, plural of windmiller. Windmilling, present participle and gerund of windmill. Windmills. A plant of the genus Alenia. Windmills in one's head. is our ideas. Windmilling, having many windmills. Window, a small, less adorned, floating window or pallet of tools that remains on top of other windows. Windheads, plural of windor. Windlay, a transparent material used as a substitute for glass in windows. Windham, a surname. Windhams, plural of windham. Windon, a surname. Windons, plural. Of Windon. Windor, obsolete form of window. Windoors, plural of windor. Window, an opening, usually covered by one or more panes of clear glass to allow light and air from outside to enter a building or vehicle. Window back, the inside face of the low and usually thin piece of wall between the window sill and the floor below. Window backs, plural of window back. Window box, one of the hollows in the sides of a window frame for the weights which counterbalance a lifting sash. Window boxes, plural of window box. Window card, synonym of community card. Window cards, plural of window card. Window cleaner, a person whose job is to clean windows. Window cleaners, plural of window cleaner. Window covering, material including blinds, shades, curtains, and shutters used to cover a window for the purpose of controlling shades, curtains, and shutters used to cover a window for the purpose of controlling sunlight, providing additional weatherproofing, ensuring privacy, or for aesthetic reasons. Window coverings, plural of window covering. Window detector, a special type of comparator which provides an indication of whether the input voltage is within a specified range. Window detectors, plural of window detector. Window detectors, plural of window detector. Window window dressing, the process, skill, or task of creating such a display. Window dressings, plural of window dressing. Window envelope, an envelope with a transparent panel on its front through which the name and address of the addressee printed on the letter inside can be seen. Window envelopes, plural of window envelope. Window flies. Plural of window fly. Window fly. Any of the flies in the family Centipinidae, which are most commonly seen at windows. Window frame. The wooden, aluminum, or PVC, etc. framework around a window. Window frames. Plural of window frame. Window function. A function that performs a calculation using values from several rows, but does not group them into a single row. Window functions. Plural of window function. Window lock. A mechanism, often a latch or fastener, that secures a window in a closed or open position. Window locks. Plural of window lock. Window manager. A piece of software that manages the layout of windows on the user's display. Window managers. Plural of window manager. Window money. Synonym of window tax. Window of discourse. Yeah, I was in window. Window of opportunity. A usually limited period of time in which suitable action can achieve success. Window of time. A period or interval of time, often in which an activity or task is to be completed. Window on the world. Something which provides information about or interaction with a variety of people, places, events, or things outside of one's immediate sphere of experience. Window out. To be placed in a box to the side of the main text in a document. Window over. To superimpose or overlay something atop something else, to move a figurative window over a target. Window rock. The capital of Navajo Nation, a tribal nation, sovereign domestic dependent nation of the United States, on the Navajo Indian Reservation. Of the Dine people within the nominal borders of Arizona. Window screen. A mesh made of metal wire, fiberglass, or other synthetic fiber set in a frame and covering the opening of a window to keep leaves, debris, insects, birds, etc. from entering a building without blocking fresh airflow. Window screens. Plural of window screen. Window seat. A typically soft seat placed in a recess for a window in a wall and filling the recess. Window seats. Plural of window seat. Window shopping. Alternative form of window shopping. Windowsill. Alternative spelling of windowsill. Windowsills. Plural of windowsill. Window sitter. an employee who is assigned no work, typically in an attempt to get them to quit. Window stool, a horizontal board, usually made of wood, on a windowsill, fitted against the bottom rail of the lower sash. Window stools. Plural of window stool. Window swallow, the common European martin. Window swallows, plural of window swallow. Window tax, a property tax based on the number of windows in a house. Window taxes. Plural of window tax. Window treatment, a set of decorations for a window. Often including curtains or blinds. Window treatments, plural of window treatment. Window up, to create a window to access a file, website, etc. To put a file, website, etc. in a window. Window washer, a window cleaner, a person who cleans windows for a living. Window washers, plural of window washer. Window breaker, a kind of spinning top. Window cleaner, alternative form of window cleaner. Window cleaners, plural of window cleaner. Window down, a piece of graffiti covering a train, etc. from the base of the window downward. Window downs, plural of simple past and past participle of window dress. The window of a shop. Dresser, alternative form of window dresser. Window dressers, plural of window dresser. Window dresses, third person singular simple present indicative of window dress. Window dressing, alternative form of window dressing. Window dressings, plural of window dressing. Window frame, archaic form of window frame. Window frames. Plural of window frame. Window kill, the death of a bird resulting from an impact with the window of a building. Window kills, plural of window kill. Window seat, alternative spelling of window seat. Window seats, plural of window seat. Window shop, to engage in window shopping. Browse the windows of shops with no intention of buying anything. Window shopped, simple past and past participle of window shop. Window shopper, a person who window shops. Window shoppers, plural of window shopper. Window shopping, the browsing of shop windows without any intention of buying. Window shouts. Third person singular simple present indicative of window shop. Windowsill. Alternative form of windowsill. Windowsills. Plural of windowsill. Window washer. Alternative. The form of window washer. Window washers. Plural of window washer. Windowable. Capable of being displayed in